Hey, I'm just recording this. I've already, at the time I'm recording this, finished Roottreemania. And I'm going to be posting it all in one video, I think. But I do want to put a warning at the front here. And the warning is, do not watch this if you want a gameplay that is in any way proficient. What I'm saying is, like Roottreemania, the Roottrees are dead. I didn't do terribly with. I did badly at the end with the final puzzle or whatever, but I didn't do terribly with. With this one, I'm going to tell you in advance, I end up using a lot of hints, especially as we get towards like just past the middle of it. I start using a lot of hints because I get lost quite often. And towards the end, I'm just going to be like moving through it without really solving the mysteries quite as much. So if that sounds like it's going to frustrate you or in any way, please do not watch it. Or at the very least, just skip to the part at the end where like all of the story is explained to me, because I still take in the story and am shocked by it and all of that. But I just want to warn you ahead of time that, you know, it's not going to be quite as smooth sailing, and I considered not posting this because like I look like an idiot in it, but I'll post it anyway. Enjoy. Okay, what's up? So I don't know if I'm posting this or not, because it really depends on if I end up liking this enough to play all of it. Maybe I'll just, if I do Roottreemania, I'll just record the whole game, and if I finish the whole game, then I'll put it up. And if I don't finish the whole game, then this will never see the light of day. So Roottreemania. Since I loved the Roottrees Are Dead, this is just gonna, I'm expecting this just to be some more of the game a little bit. But apparently there's like a step up in difficulty, which is kind of scary. And I'm not imagining it to be like a huge, incredible thing, but we'll see. It'll spoil unlocked content. Make sure you've tied up any loose ends before starting. I'm fine with that. I'll just do it at slot 2. Why not? Okay. What's the name gonna show up again? Oh, hey.
Hi, I'm Clark.
Clark.
Probably not who you expected to be knocking.
No, I thought it'd be Sam.
Life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge, the Clancy Trust covers any Roottrees despite their history with us. A lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is, a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family.
Okay.
I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping him. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this.
I do.
To each their own.
Interesting to meet you, Clark. I think I've shit-talked you a little bit in this game. I believe, because Clark is the son of Lauren. I feel like there are a few things about you that I shit-talked, but that's fine. Alright, well, would you look at that? Yeah, that's Clark, alright. Alright, there's a lot more. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. This person is also on the original tree. Aha. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Previously on the Roottrees Are Dead. Well, I only just played it, so I hope I won't need this too much. Red herring, yes, this is the red herring. I remember that. Family Man, a book about Elias Roottrees, turned out to be propaganda and not useful. Ah. Lauren's other books, historical romance novels, were not very useful on their own, though could lead to other information. Carolyn Morden's sculptures were not useful. That's interesting that it's saying, you know, these were evidence that you found that were dead ends in the previous game. Okay, notable events. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word, and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, that you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about the Elias Roottrees was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl has not yet been replaced. Okay. The Roottree Rift. In March, the Roottree company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Clark was announced as the permanent successor to Carl Roottree and welcomed Sam Madsen to the family officially. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the Clanstead Trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be the Roottrees, mostly dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these by a wide margin was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Roottreemania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Roottree publicly and vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Roottree. Miracle? By Miracle, do you mean Miracle, or Miracle Jr., or Miracle Jr. the Third? I'm guessing it's either Miracle Jr. or Miracle Jr. the Third. I don't know if Miracle would still be alive, right? The Roottrees legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim. And, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Roottree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Roottrees. Oh. The test proved that 5 Ps was a Roottree? Right. Anonymum and Jane Doe Roottree. In July, an anonymous woman, who the press began to refer to as Anonymum, appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with the Roottree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another Roottree, and therefore entitled to a share of the Clanstead Trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottreemania saga. As more and more of Anonymum's story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 P's in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. The final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal being an elaborate hoax or attempted fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottreemania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Interesting. Okay, I see. This makes sense. This is actually like a sensible follow-up, I feel like. This like makes a lot of sense. Okay, alright. So, to start with, we should find out about 5 Ps, I think. I think that's a good starting place. Because 5 Ps, like, I think we might be able to put on this tree somewhere. First affair, final affair, family tree update. Like, I don't know how exactly 5 Ps fits into it. And there's nothing else on this list that was, like, added that I didn't know about, right? I think all of this is essentially what I knew about. Edward Clancy Roottree, John Miller. Okay. Possible infidelity. Okay, so we're going to now Wow, Pixpop is still up. That's good. We're gonna open up the internet. Okay, jumping in. Here we go. Spider search. 5Ps, aka Felix Fellows. Yep, we did know that, but I think I'm just gonna do that. Is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost Roottrie and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5Ps is a play on 5 Pieces. An article you found on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gave his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7. For whatever reason, with the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. And so I'm guessing that's the music. I know the music periodical. The review mentions that his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drug, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rise to prominence was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time, holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, the Roottrie company denied it vehemently. Miracle Roottrie even appeared on the same magazine a week later, but since then, they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed this story. So, okay. So then, what this would mean is that... Is this star mean... Does this star mean this is a notable Roottrie? Is that 5Ps? Is he the notable Roottrie? Because if so... Oh no! They made it tougher! Oh! Okay, we know his name is David. They made it even harder! Okay, infidelity. Wait, hang on, this doesn't make sense. Or does it? Infidelity. And then they... Oh, so... So this... I imagine... would be Guy Hudson. I'm guessing. To get started, click on faces on your evidence tab. Yeah, well, do I have to get new photos of Guy Hudson? What's Guy Hudson these days? I mean, like, what was he then? I'm trying to remember. There's Guy Hudson. He was the 3rd president. Did he go on to do anything? Anyway. 3rd president. That's what I'm thinking. David, and he would be a musician, because he's a rapper, right? This is where I'm thinking this goes. Because it has the star there. So I'm thinking that's them cluing me in. Okay. So now, if we go to News Time, and I'm just going to search Guy Hudson. There we go. Famously appeared on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottreemania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottrie appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5Ps as well. So both articles as well as a close-up of the photo has been added to your evidence. Wonderful. Aha. Aha. What does that say? Roottree family picnic. Interesting. Okay, so this is Guy Hudson. And this would be his mother. Beautiful woman. Joanna is her name. I don't think we have a last name, at least not quite yet. So, holding a Polaroid when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. Okay, alright, interesting. Felix Fellows, but I don't believe his name is actually Felix Fellows. His name is David something. But we have a picture of him at least. Okay, Felix Fellows appeared on the cover of News Time holding a photo of his mother and Guy Hudson. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story was dramatic and sensational and initially dismissed as fake until a DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5P says that his mother Joanna was Zach Morton's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit, the first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. My god. She had stolen all of the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush he always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of the closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. I see. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. Felix Fellows was born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. Riley and Joanna Fellows? Okay. Riley Fellows, I suppose. But is your name actually David Fellows? And she was a secretary. So I mean, theoretically, we might have just gotten 3 people locked in. But has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even selling CDs on the street corners in Portland. He has recently started going as 5Ps to harness the power of his lineage. The writer did some research into the truth of these claims and was able to confirm that Joanna did in fact work for the Roottrees company as a secretary sometime in the early to mid 70s. It also confirmed she died of a drug overdose and that Phoenix went into foster care soon after they were unable to track down his father. They also reached out to Roottrees companies, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was, since the release of the recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual and nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. We encourage individuals to reach out to us in an official capacity as opposed to attempting to use our name in the media for publicity. I mean, that's kind of fair enough, that statement, but okay, interesting. And then we have Charlatans and Thieves. Miracle Roottree fires back. The fact that I got a picture for him makes me think that my man Miracle is going to be one of the people who had an affair. Because why have I gotten a picture of him otherwise? So he had an affair with some motherfuckers, probably. Appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5Ps did. He vehemently denied that 5Ps was a Roottrie. The article was from before the DNA tests that proved it. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details. Hang on. Oh, I thought maybe that was a clever way of, like, I would click here and get another picture of someone's face, but that's just 5Ps. Miracle doesn't focus much on the details of 5P's accusations. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. He starts with 6P's content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her, that Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC. So this is the original Miracle then, because his father was Elias. His father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him To earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 Pieces. He recounts the deluge of claims to the Clanstead Trust that the family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, but says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. They've had to hire an outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably, laughably false. All they do is tarnish the family's reputation. He focuses on 5Ps, who appeared on news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent, and says he's using the name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5P's lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boy will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, he turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. I'm just going to highlight that. That sounds interesting. The Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring. What is this? The Miracle's Roottrees, because he's Miracle Roottrees, but what is the Miracle's Roottrees? Are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and that now at age 71, Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. That's important, I think. Miracle is the oldest living Roottrees. While he plans to continue preaching at his own church in Butler County after the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. The article mentions that Miracle's son does not wish to comment, and has a statement from Clark Rafferty LaRue, the Roottrees, through the Roottrees law firm. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. Definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. The article also does not refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottrees, despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. Right. It was unclear if Miracle made this claim out of ignorance or spite. Aha. Okay, so he says he's the oldest living Roottrees, but actually Sam is. But it's like, that's pretty fucked up because you're once again treating her not like a Roottrees, even though she is. Okay. So far, things are looking fine. Oh my god, did Guy Hudson really have this many infidelities? Jesus, dude. Jesus. That's insane. And who was he married to? Guy Hudson? Bonnie Hudson. Well, no, that's his sister. He wasn't married to... Oh, he was married to Patricia Jones. Right, yeah, I don't know how much we know about Patricia Jones. Okay. Riley Fellows, Joanna Fellows. Okay. Well, we're doing great so far. I mean, we've already gotten some decent information, but let's go back here. I want to keep following the 5Ps thing before I go back to the letter and go down the other things. So, like, root of all evil, doing root of all evil on Modern Music Monthly. What? Really? Really? Okay, hold on. Root of all evil. Mostly material that he recorded before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences. All Your Problems was the first and only single released. After dropping the single, announced he retains the infamous celebrity lawyer Steve Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for his publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV, which increased its profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether. which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. Okay. Now I know what MTV is, music TV, but does it come up here? Okay, no. Okay, just making sure. What if I put all your problems here? Really? Really? Kind of crazy to me that you'd think that this stuff would come up, but I guess not. All your problems. I'm imagining the same thing's gonna pop up. Oh, no. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those who claim money is evil. He points out that the only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, Five Piece triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You can find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Hell yeah. It's the only single from his album. It received airplay but didn't make a big splash, critically or commercially. Still, it's kind of catchy. Alright, let's hear it.
Attention, attention, Roottrees. This is Five Piece coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
Nice.
You say money is the root of all your problems.
Okay.
Man, y'all are hypocrites, sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo, but looky here, sonny, don't you come for that money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick and her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead I turn my other cheeks and spread them? When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say
He's got an interesting rhyme scheme. It's pretty good, but it doesn't scan as much as I'd hope it would.
The root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle.
I'm kind of impressed with this.
This poor tragic orphan, your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How one in my share,
That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's.
top off my pockets, please.
Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? For you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion. And I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtroom, decorum. I'm way past your fancy ass doorman.
you say
Yeah, I like the hypocrisy monopoly is toppling. Like that's pretty good writing.
those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Like I kind of, I don't mind this song.
Money is the root
Like it almost sounds like fully like a legit rap song.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small
That's pretty cool.
pursuits of real people.
Now, something that is interesting is it doesn't say the lyrics have no clues. Remember in the last game, in the first thing, it would say specifically like there are no clues in this, in these lyrics, and yet this one, it didn't say that. So there might be clues. There might. We don't know that they are, but there might. So I'm just gonna keep that in mind. We also should be looking up Stevie Whitlock. Stevie Whitlock is a lawyer with with a history of publicity stunts and grandstanding. Still, she's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities athletes. She became famous in the mid-1980s after successfully suing a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch stumps were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. Stevie argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to Los Angeles. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. None of this seems related to the Roottrees. Okay, interesting though. I do like sometimes that there's just like things that don't matter, because I mean that's what I feel like it should be. There sometimes should be like just dead ends. Otherwise, like if everything is relevant, then you kind of you don't get that fun thing of being like, this doesn't matter, which I think is fun to sometimes have to like come to that conclusion. Used to go by Dirty Davy. So, I mean, what if I search Dirty Davy? Felix Follows is not his actual name. His birth name was David Fellows. Yep, okay. Dirty Davy was 5P's previous stage name. He used to sell records and perform live shows in Portland under that name. There are some people selling his old mixtapes or not. One is apparently called Dirty Devil and another Dirt Poor. I'm just going to highlight that real quick. Because we are going to now check on Modern Music Monthly. And just double check. Dirty Devil. Nope. And if I type Dirt Poor. Nope. Okay. And once again. Dirt Poor. Mixtape released in 1996. There's a lot of online discourse that one of the songs includes someone that would be revealed to be his own distant cousin in a list of attractive women. The lyrics to one of the songs, well, if he didn't know at the time, the lyrics to one of the songs, Heat, mentions a few different prominent female actresses, models, and musicians from the 90s, and provides a crude pun or line about what Fellows felt about them. When re-released in 1999, much of the retort was toned down to be less overtly profane, and the line referencing Raina was clumsily replaced by Dana, a reference to a character from X-Files. Very cool. Let me just type Heat. Nope. Dana. The X-Files. I know what the X-Files is, but I'm just seeing. Okay. But that's fine. I'm also going to look up Dirty Devil. There's discrepancies and debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pop culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. Yes, I Could Jump seems to be the center of the confusion. Some fan sites claim that there are multiple versions with different track lists and song lengths on them, though because there's very little evidence that the mixtape online as it is, it's harder to verify the information. Okay, that doesn't really help. Yes, I Can Jump was a song on that. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto a studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie, White Men Can't Jump. Yes, I know that movie. This reference has caused some confusion amongst the fan base because of it. It is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out 1992 at the earliest. Hold on. Sorry, I'm back. I had to go and do some stuff, but I am back. So I think I was reading this page. This reference caused some confusion. It's agreed that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that the Fellows references the movie on his 17th, seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have just been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it released. Got it. Don't know if any of that helps. White Men Can't Jump, looking it up won't help because that's it's just a movie. That's fine. Modern Music, so like really, like he doesn't pop up at all there. I guess I haven't searched Felix Fellows in Modern Music Monthly, but like it's kind of crazy that Modern Music Monthly hasn't had any stuff about him. But I have got that in news time. which is fun. I wonder if like some of the older characters, like what's her name who got divorced? Gwyn Rootree. Now that I have news time, Gwyn Rootree. Nope. What if I was just to do like, you know, Butler Country Times? Aha! So this is telling me that's very useful. That's really useful that it's telling me like this is from the old game. I was wondering if they would have something like that. So great. I love that. I love that it's still there, but you can figure out that whatever. Guy Hudson. Let me search Guy Hudson in news time. Aha. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. And then I mean Miracle Rootree is gonna say the same thing, right? Yeah. What if I just Google right now Miracle Rootree and see if there's anything new here? There's an older version. Ah, that's so sick. Great. That's so inspired. You can like look at the old one. It's going around a new tour of the United States in 1999. The previous flyer for 3 Generations of Miracles has been replaced. I'm just gonna highlight that. Be a part of history. The oldest living Rootree reprises and retells this incredible true story. Miracle Rootree grew up as one of the famous 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury, but fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He had lived a long and fruitful life, however he's now in his 70s. His age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult, so consider this your last chance to see him. Settles back down in Pennsylvania. In the intimate evening, Miracle reminisces about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective on one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirit than it ever could have been from his inheritance. Churches he will be appearing. Tickets. Absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. Something I want to look up, because he keeps mentioning like the oldest living Rootree. If I search this phrase, okay, no, that doesn't happen. I thought it would have been interesting if there was like a Snopes article or something. Okay, so that didn't seem to give me much, unless maybe the 3 Generations of Miracles gives me something. Can I put that into periodicals like the Butler County Times? No, this is the old one. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. No problem. Okay. So, how much have I looked up about Joanna Fellows? If I Google her, surely she'd be in the news right now. Fellows, is it like that? Joanna Fellows. Joanna Fellows. Yep, I think that is. So she's just not much in the news right now. Put her into Business Watch news time. Nope. I mean, it's given me the same stuff that it's been giving me with the other stuff, so that's fine. I mean, if I just I think this won't help much. Yeah. Because I already did that. That's why it won't help much. Okay. And I mean, once again, just in case, I'm gonna just be looking at these through some of these other. Okay. No, there's not really anything. Okay. Great. Well. What if I do Guy Hudson infidelity or well, let's just search Guy Hudson first. Only president of Rootree for a few years in the late 70s and early 80s. Had mostly faded into obscurity except for the Fancy Flavors debacle. I'm trying to remember what this is. I don't remember if we figured it out, so I'm going to highlight that. During Roottreemania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on a cover, holding a photo of Guy and his mother. A few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Okay, guy likes to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse. They got it very out of hand. The fact that this led to some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way. But the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that this might be useful. I'm gonna highlight it. Have released multiple statements and ample evidence that provides decisively that it was not foul play and that no party had taken place. Roottrees' lawyers had been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Didn't I have a theory that it was Greg or something that had killed him? Anyway, or was that someone else? I can't remember. Let's search out the Butler County Police. No? Okay. Let's search up Fancy Flavors debacle. What about just Fancy Flavors? Okay. That doesn't help either. Great. If I do Guy Hudson in the periodicals, specifically in the Butler County Times. Yeah, this is about the crash. Yeah. No, that doesn't help. News Time. Yeah, that's just that one again. Business Watch. I mean, yeah, he got this. I remember this. But that doesn't help either. Guy Hudson infidelity. Guy Hudson cheating. Okay. Already they've made this tougher. Who else cheated, huh? Okay, you know what? It's time to look at other things. Let's look up 6 pieces, see if we got any other information. We can also look up the book as well. So I will be doing that. It's by Sam Madsen is what they've got it written as. Was released in early 1999 and perhaps assisted by the still relatively recent plane crash, shot to the top of the charts. Reviews were mixed and its time on the bestsellers list was limited to only 2 months. Most reviewers would agree that the core of the book... I find it really interesting that we spend the entire original game doing all the work for this book, and then it's it's the whole game, so it's all this huge information and we're coming up with these crazy things, and then when the book comes out, it's it received mixed reviews and it was it did well but not that well, I find that interesting. You would have thought it's oh, this book blew up the world and did all this crazy shit, but no, it didn't really do that much. It still created drama, but not as much as you'd expect. Agreed that the core of the book about Samantha's fathers and the struggle they faced was compelling, and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. Many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. That makes sense. The fallout from the book led to the Roottree Company. I feel like the writers of this game are very smart people. Or the writer, I don't know if it's one or multiple people, scrambling to release a statement, and due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. This confusing move was referenced in popular culture due to a late night sketch about indecisionitis. That sounds like we're gonna get maybe not super useful information, but we'll probably get a page about that. But more traditional analysis have been calling it the Roottree Rift. That might give us some interesting, important information. A few months later, due to Roottreemania, the book re-entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay, so what I'm going to do now, before we look up these things, is I'm going to go to the library. Oops, alright, whatever. If I just do 6 pieces, is that going to be enough? Oh, it is, thank you. I didn't have to write the whole thing. It was released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottree, as well as Sam's father's Edward Clancy Roottree and John Miller. You helped to verify her story. So much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your news search. These sections have been added to your notes. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. Okay, how much? We got quite a lot here. I mean, we have this, but I don't need that. I don't need that picture because I already have it. Sam's book has a few different passages about her own history with the company and the rumors and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting around 1968 after the death of Elias Roottrees until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 1984. Most of the relevant rumors coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 1978. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was a very open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Fucking hell. Many of their hires at the time were young single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that you may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna just highlight that for now. But who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. Oh, so Elizabeth had a daughter, and the daughter worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Okay, hold on. A caterer from a local restaurant met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on his trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on official business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Interesting. There is also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than the supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm trying to do my notes differently this time and just fucking highlight shit. And like, at least then, you know, scrolling through, I can see the things, and then I can hopefully use this as like a list of things to go back to when I need to. And then if it's like really not useful anymore, I can just delete it off here. Like, was all your problems Dirty Devil and Another Dirt Poor? Like, maybe I could delete those, but I'm not sure yet. Okay. All right. Let's search Antonellis and see what we get. There are a large number of Antonellis restaurants, not because it's a chain, just because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants. Need to be a more local resource. So, like the Butler County Times. Oh, well, that worked, even though it wasn't how I wanted to do it. Antonellis is an Italian restaurant, and it has been in the Butler County Times twice. Most recent time, the owner, Rochelle Zimmer, I'm just going to do the owner, Rochelle Zimmer, just so I get the whole thing. Sold the land the building was on, and at the time of the article... sorry, hold on. Okay, sorry. Sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day in 1978 that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonellis, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends, trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurants. Okay, so let me read this again. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties. Oh my gosh. A caterer. She delivered produce. Christine Garland delivered produce, and he was a chef. So neither of these is referring to... It's referring to them. Okay, Rochelle Zimmer, are you in here? Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. Rochelle owned that restaurant. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Oh, there's so much, man. There's so much. Do I have Steve Garland? I have Christine Garland. Oh, because this was Steve Garland. So Steve sued her? Why? Do I have, like... Steve Garland? No? Christine Garland? No? I mean, am I gonna be able to get, like, a law thing to search for law cases? Rochelle Zimmer. Nope. Okay. That's fine. That is fine. Mark Zimmer. Wait, no, Mark Zimmer was the one that was sued. Ah, hello. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer. So I'll do that. That had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy on the road. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. One of Kitchen Tales' recipe uses salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which is added to your evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. Interesting. Why is this useful? It has 2 clues connected to it. Found a scan. The plated loaf. For years, 2 bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. What? They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about each other, but he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked to really combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together, and add the mixture to whisk the dough until it begins to form. 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours and spread it out and let sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough, cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates, this is a weird, so this is from a recipe book or what? Yates eased her pain. He insisted that she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible. But he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Ah, cool. Word quickly spread of the new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist to pieces. Take the twist and wrap it around inside the Dutch oven atop the parchment. Blah, 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 blah. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They travelled for 45 years and settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden, with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Jesus, man. I mean, that was kind of interesting, but like I was looking for clues at the same time, and I did not get any clues. Flora and Yates. Flora. Like, that's tough, man. Hang on. Kitchen Tales. Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. I can look it up here, right? Well, actually, it won't be on here because they said it was pre-internet and hard to find. Yeah. The entire description of the book is a recipe book that contains stories. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. Hold on. Excuse me? What do you mean re-released as Garnishing the Truth? Garland and Zimmer. So Mark Zimmer. If I write Garland and Zimmer, does that work? Do I have to write Mark Garland? No, sorry, Mark Zimmer and it was Christine Garland? Christine, what was her name? Christine Garland? Christine Garland. What? What do you mean? Oh, but it's not Kitchen Tales. It's Garnishing the Truth. So Christine Garland and Mark Zimmer. What? Mark Zimmer and Christine Garland. This is bullshit. Garland and Zimmer. There we go. There we go. I knew it would be there somewhere. The first is Christine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You are the apple of my pie. To James and Robert. Okay, so their children are James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a foreword by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve. Hold on. So this was Steve Zimmer? Oh yeah, this was Steve Zimmer. Was I doing Mark Zimmer? I mean, I would have been, yeah. Okay, alright. I met Steve in 1978 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really, you might wonder why I'm doing this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brewhouse over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drink of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friends so late in life, but when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay, interesting. But we got some really important information here. So Christine and Steve were together, and they had 2 boys. Christine and Steve were together, and they had 2 boys. Now it seems really important to me, because we're looking for, like, could it be these 2, you know? Christine and Steve, or could it be these 2? But these 2 split up. Or could it be these 2? These 2 are still together, but this is really far down. But I guess that, I mean, it doesn't really matter how far down it is. I wonder. Oh, okay. I need to make a new page, and this is going to be my deductions page. Okay. So, we're going to have Steve Zimmer and Christine Garland were together. They had 2 boys. And I've forgotten what their names are. James and Robert. Mark Zimmer and Steve. No, Mark Zimmer and Steve. What? Oh, no. It would have been Steve Garland. Wait, Steve. So it's probably Steve and Christine Garland were together. Mark Zimmer and Steve Garland were BFFs. Yeah. I think this makes sense. So yeah, Mark Zimmer was who wrote Kitchen Tales. Garnishing the Truth. Recipes accompanied by stories. Perfect way to learn to cook. Okay. That's Mark Zimmer. Great. The Zimmers. So yeah, Mark was sued by Steve Garland. We have that. And then they were best friends. And Rochelle. Okay, so Rochelle Zimmer married Mark Zimmer. Oh my gosh, man. Okay. All right. Anything here? No. Mark Zimmer. Yeah. Then we also have bookmarks. Okay, hold on. Bookmarks. None of it seems relevant, though Lauren Roottrees did do a book signing in 1970. Is that relevant? Bookmarks. Anything there? No. Anything in news time? No. Okay. All right. Well, we got some information there, which I think is important. I think I've figured out just tiny little things. This apparently has 2 things connected to it, but I don't know what. But yeah, I don't know how. Okay, so what was the information we got about? I can look up McCarran's Brew House as well. It's a pub in Boston, and they have a website. Apparently, the bar has been around for a long time. Lists of famous people who had a drink there, including former President Kennedy. Great. There's a few listings of television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's, as well as how often they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has to say about local and regular Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out, and we ain't gonna say no to free press. So go grab a bite at his kid's joint, Friday, and then swing by to meet him for a drink. His kid's joint. So Steve's joint. Steve's kid. Okay. Friday is a fairly popular local restaurant. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. It's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. Unusually, the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. Has this to say, wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went there. Chef's Signature. And there was a huge line, and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Fry die. Yes! We got a new periodical. Chef's Signature covered fried diet less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in Chef's Signature tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Fried Eye's signature is the samosa cone. Okay. All right. We've got some stuff. Chef's Signature, a nationally published magazine targeted towards fans of unusual restaurants, featured James and Robert Garland on the cover. Is that in order? Is this James and Robert? According to the article, the two brothers own a small walk-up. I'm just gonna highlight this as well. Own a small walk-up window in Boston called Fry Dye, a play on the tie-dye shirts that servers wear that exclusively serves vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contained fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special ginger-based sauce. Robert, who's 3 years younger than James, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interviewer's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to the upbringing. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplied his restaurant. Yep, okay. So we're making sure. So these are the Garlands. So Steve Chef, Christine Farmer, and then I'll write Robert younger than James, both sons of Steve and Christine. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. My father's a chef. My mother grew up in the farm. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk. But they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Fried Eye. When we moved, they were looking to open their restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped after she had to go back to work as a secretary. So Christine Farmer, later secretary, because I think the secretary is going to be the later job, which will matter more. She had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where he worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were our family's favorite memories since we were all together. Mum always had the eye for best vegetables to work with, and she did her best to pass on. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Fry Dye often. I mean, should I write now retired? Does that matter? They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mom's favorite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realize it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Interesting. I don't... Sistine Apple. You know what? I'm gonna highlight it and maybe it'll be like later that'll be a huge revelation. Also, reorder this note and put it in page 1. We should be in page 1. Okay. Sistine Apple. Okay, that didn't help. Sistine Apple. Okay. So, we have a lot of information about these guys. And did this talk about... This talked about a secretary named Elizabeth. But I'm just trying to figure out if Christine is like one of these, you know? Like... Oh my gosh. They're split up. They're married. They had 2 children. So like... Oh man, it's so tough. Well, like, this is a guy who had all the secretaries, right? So this isn't going to be it because 1, there's only 1 child there, and 2, there's supposed to be a partner. So it could be these 2, you know? And in fact, what we should do is put it in, not Guy, because if we put it in and we're right, then we'll get some confirms. So, Stephen, and their last name is, his last name is, I'm trying to remember. It's not Hudson. What's his last name? Wait. They're not the Zimmers, are they? I'm trying to remember now. Steve and Christine. Garland. But the thing is, we don't know her maiden name, do we? Because she's a farmer. I know her name is... Oh, God. Well, the thing is, we do know their names. Wait, who's the younger one? Robert is younger. Yeah, so Robert goes on this side. So you are Robert Garland. And you should be not Steve. Oh my gosh. What's your name? James Garland. James Garland. And you would be a chef. And you would also be a chef. And let me just go back to this. Because it said James and Robert. So I'm going to say James is the red shirt. Really? Okay, well, I think that confirms that that's probably not right. Because I'm imagining this has got to be right. It's got to be. Right? You would think? And Younger is on the right, right? Yeah, so Young is on the right. So if that's not the case... Right. Because where else could they go? They could go down here. Let's try this. James Garland... Chef, because I think they are a chef. No? Really? Like, where else could they go? They gotta be here somewhere. Could they be up here? James Garland, chef. What? Really? But that is... James and Robert Garland. Because I think this is right. She was the secretary. Unless she did something else after. He was the president. So, I mean, that should be right. Always use their most recent occupation. He's definitely a musician. Name, occupation, and portrait. I mean, okay, you know what? We're just gonna put him here. What the fuck? Isn't that what I did before? I'll take it. Also, we're... Okay, well, what we've got here is a confirmation that the woman isn't right.
Has Clark reached out to you? Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life.
Okay.
3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible. So I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me.
Right.
I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've
given me
been
a
working
lot.
on, and some company records I managed to track down.
Okay, thanks.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful.
They're dense.
Good luck.
Oh fuck, man, we're gonna have a ton to do. All right, well, I'm gonna take a break now, but we've confirmed that something here is wrong, and I think what's probably wrong here is secretary. But like, what did she go do something after secretary? Just before I go, and then the divorce. They moved to Portland from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. So she was like a cashier. That's what it is. She was a cashier. So I think I have one more maybe confirmed now. All right. I don't know what I did wrong here. I might have to check my footage and see. Did I put the names in the wrong place? Did I put the pictures in the wrong place? Oh well, whatever it was. I want to put in this right thing as well. I know her first name's Christine. I don't know what her maiden name is yet, and I don't have a picture of her. But her name is Christine. Okay, anyway. I'll see you later. Okay, welcome back. I say welcome back. It's probably in the same video. So I think last I played, I got a whole lot of new evidence that I wasn't going to look at yet. This photo was given to you by Sam Madsen. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. I see. Okay. Husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. Stuart. The woman is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. Wait, but how does you having an affair... Oh, no, this is the... Oh, I see. Do I? Okay. Alright, hold on. Let me just wrap my head around this. A woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman... Stuart is probably the husband. Okay, so that's the husband. So is that Miracle? Is that Miracle Rootree then? Interesting. Okay. So then we had... Alright. So it could be that this is Miracle Root Tree. This is Mary whatever. And then Infidelity, they had Stuart. And then Stuart has this is the wife, maybe. You know? That's what I'm thinking. Or it could be this. This could be the same one or whatever. 1949. Okay. So, is there... I want to specifically, like, follow up on this one. Regina Clement... Okay, this is Regina Clementine. Okay, this is what I want. From 6 pieces at prodigy.us. Genealogy Genie to Genealogy Genie at prodigy.us. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Nay Salazar. I don't know what... Oh, this... I want to reorder this to page 1. I don't know... I actually don't know what, name means. Is that... Does that mean, I think that means... like, maiden name. Is it? I'm thinking of the bus driver song... Paula Thompson, 154, to a family of 4, to the family next door, take me back next door. Paula Thompson, knee, Paula right. Yeah, Paula Thompson, knee, Paula right. That's the old house number 39. Hang on, so is that what that? I've always known what that lyric meant, but I'd never heard. Okay, before I look up the meaning of it, I'm gonna look up bus driver song lyrics by Flight of the Conchords. Paula Thompson, knee, Paula right. Yeah. So yeah, that is it. That's our old house number 39. Number 41 was mine. If this old coach could go back in time, I'd drive to 1979. Take me back. Anyway, so knee definition. So I'm pretty sure that just means pronounced
Nay.
Nay. It's an adjective derived from French meaning born, used to introduce a married woman's maiden family name. Yeah, okay. So as I thought. So her name was Regina Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, from her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. I'm just going to also highlight Stuart Clementine because might be relevant. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer and never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottries, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally, I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went to tour a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. She was a pretty big proponent of adoption. What if Stuart was adopted? And therefore, maybe Mary Beth was with her, but it doesn't matter because Stuart was adopted, so he's not a blood relative, you know? I know for a fact she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger. And Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seem to spend a lot of time at Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove that she is who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Sam Madsen, Unwrapping America's Family is out now. Please consider saving a tree and not printing this email. Alright, great. So, we got a lot to work with here. So, I mean, of course we can Google Mary Beth Clementine. Of course we can do that. There's no reason we wouldn't be able to do that. 1942 to 1959. 1942 to 1959, there you go. So it's probably this one, if I had to guess, which would make this Miracle Root Tree, and would make you Mary Beth Clementine. Would make you a musician. We'd put this picture here. We'd put this picture here. We don't know this yet. I'm just making guesses right now. But if this was the case, this would be what's her name? Salazar. That's what it is. I was gonna say Alcazar. And her name is not Clementine. That's the last name. Regina. And so they would have had a Stuart Clementine. Oops, I didn't mean to click the occupation. Clementine. And so this older one in the vest, that would be him. And then the other one would have been this kid here, who we don't know anything about. I don't know what Stuart's job is. Oh, he's a police officer. I do know what his job is. Police officer. Any confirms? No. We need 4 to confirm, but I thought this was confirmed as well, which would mean that this wasn't it. But I thought this was the timeline because oh, I don't have his occupation. That also might help. He was the 3rd president. No, he was a preacher. He wasn't the 3rd president. I'm thinking of the other guy. He was a preacher. Okay, that certainly did not lock in. I was hoping that we would get lucky and that would lock in. Because it's not going to be that one if it is any of these. But she's absolutely a musician. But she might have done something later. But she's absolutely a musician. And so this is what I would think. Unless these two split up. I know I could keep looking into information, but I want to follow the leads that I've got before finding new information, you know? I'm trying to see if claimed her husband, but they're still together, right? These two? Who is a police officer? Yeah, I mean, it still says her husband, not her ex-husband. And I don't think it says anything about kids. So I would think that would be them. But if that is them, I would think all of this would be right. And yet it isn't. So that may not be right. Man, I thought we had nailed it, you know? I really thought we had nailed it. But maybe not. Unless the fact that it hasn't confirmed is proof that this isn't true. But we'll see. She traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire is a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The only one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. Okay. The label New Edison. Interesting. One thing Mary Beth was known for was her adoptions. She's listed on many sites that mention adoption and the history of adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 1940s, Stuart and Mark. She adopted them. So, like, this doesn't matter. So that's why this isn't locking in, I think, because this doesn't... Well, but it says possible infidelity. But, like, they're adopted, so who cares? Like, they're not blood related, so it doesn't do anything. I want to change this to adoption. But I mean, this is just online. Maybe they're wrong here. So, Stuart and Mark. Okay, I'm just gonna highlight that as well. And change this to Mark Clementine. Okay. She also spoke as an advocate for the benefits of adoption in front of the United States Congress in 1949, who were convening to debate and discuss the then recent first adoption of an African American child to a white family in the United States. Which did she do that, or no? She's just debating it, not debating against it, but talking in advocation for it, I think. She was specifically there to detail her experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later, and according to a single line on one adoption site, under unusual circumstances. In 1959, it surfaced that Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. Her manager Sterling, okay. This ended her career with the religious audience she had been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. She passed away in 1994 at the age of 76 of a stroke. That's sad. Okay, so, I mean, well, let's search New Edison. Small record label, erase relief cover records, website about the history of recorded sound. It was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. There you go. So, I mean, if that was the case, Sterling Edison would have been this motherfucker. But this isn't locking in. So, like, I'm debating whether or not this is true. And it is oldest on this side, so he's the older one, so he would be on this side. And, like, yeah, he's a police officer. It's Regina Salazar. Miracle Root Tree. I mean, man, just seems difficult, doesn't it? So unless this is Miracle Root Tree, and then we just have this is Sterling Edison, but I don't know. Its biggest claim to fame is being sued by. Are we gonna get like legal document, a website for legal documents? Because I feel like I've seen lots of legal document things. His biggest claim to fame was being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison. Thomas Edison! Oh my gosh, and Edison Records vs. Edsel. You first find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine on sites about old records. One collector says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the old rugged cross. Man, there's so much shit. And says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Before she legally changed her name. Is her name not Mary Beth Clementine? Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison, got into a physical alteration in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources of evidence, and the site's content seems to be user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about Hollywood," and I'll add them to the page. Okay. What I want to look up Sterling Edison. I feel like he's okay. Can I look him up on other things? Like Butler County Times? No. News Time? No. Modern Music Monthly? Okay. No, I mean he was there, but Teen Blast. I mean, yeah, none of this is useful. All right, fair enough. Can we look up Edison Records versus Edsel? First records label named after Thomas Edison. The history of the company seems very unimportant, except for the potentially a lawsuit they filed in 1949. Website about lawsuits mentions this as a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name, and at the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try to get the case to go away, but the damage was done. Edsel. Is Edsel on the list of last names? I'm just gonna see. It is on the list of last names. Like, is his name actually Edsel? Sterling Edsel? I don't know. I don't know if that's what that means. but the damage was done. Okay. Old rugged cross. So I'll just search this in Google first. All right. Then I will search it in Modern Music Monthly. For New Edison, it was advertised quite a few times. It was listed Mary Beth Quaker. Aha. Mary Beth Quaker. Is that her real name? Mary Beth Quaker. Really? Huh. Is there any other information I can find on her here? One Music Monthly, Business Watch, Butler County Times. No, nothing. Damn. Mary Beth Quaker. Well, I thought maybe figuring out all of that was useful. Unless he's now under Stuart Quaker. Was he born Stuart Quaker? No. I'm gonna keep it as Clementine for now. Damn, man. What if I just search Clementine? No, that's not gonna do anything. Okay. Jeez, man. Alright, let's, hang on. Let me go back here. I'm gonna scroll down. Anything else here that I would love to search? He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. Nothing, great. Regina Clementine? I don't think she's gonna come up anywhere. No. And I mean, I was on Mary Beth Clementine, right? That's how I found all of that. Yeah, anything else major here right now? So yeah, New Edison. Oh, okay. New Edison Records and Modern Music Monthly have had a lot of overlap. There are countless advertisements for various covers of popular songs, and they all start to blend together. When you scan the results for anything other than an advertisement, you do find a very brief blurb from when New Edison was sued by Edison Records. By the time the magazine had covered it, it seems like the lawsuit was settled out of court, and New Edison was destined to shut down. The owner, who went by Sterling Edison, said he'd like to create a new record company, but there's no evidence anywhere that he did, and that was the last mention of him in MMM. Huh. That's interesting. Man. Okay, let's start Googling some other things before we move on to the evidence that I haven't looked at yet. Can't you normally just like look these up and they'll give you stuff? Guess it doesn't matter. So Clementine, New Orleans, Louisiana. Stuart's mother. Okay. And I mean, I have searched for this in the Butler County Times, have I? No, I haven't. Mary Beth Clementine came to Butler County a few times and played religious hymns at the Miracle Congregation's church. She's mentioned 2 times, though the visit from 1949 is significantly more substantial. Miracle Congregation welcomes Mary Beth Clementine with open arms. The article mentions that the church's leader was moved when he heard Mary Beth's recording of one of his favorite hymns, His Eye is on the Sparrow, and reached out to her personally. His Eyes on the Sparrow holds a very special meaning to me. As you know, I've had a very difficult upbringing. It's no secret that my own eyes have been a source of struggle. The song is about overcoming sadness and hardship through Jesus. If God can find a way to watch over every sparrow, he can certainly watch over those made in his image. My family's fortune does me no good as a man of the Lord. It's much better spent spreading his word. And I've felt a kinship with Mary Beth ever since I heard her voice. When I learned her personal story, I knew I had to help her in whatever way I could. The Bible is full of adoptions, from Moses to Esther. Spending your life taking care of those helpless to help themselves is incredibly noble. She and her son are welcome to stay in our guest home. A second visit was a few years later. In 1953, the article mentions that her first visit was a massive success, and at the insistence of Miracle's congregation, she's returned for an encore performance. It also mentioned that the unusual circumstances of her second son's adoption had prevented her from touring recently, but doesn't clarify. So what... I wonder if we can know what Stuart's original name was. Because maybe that's what's fucking up. If this is right now, and this is right, and this is right, these two are still wrong, or this is still wrong, if his name isn't Stuart Clementine. We just have to figure out what his original name is. But I don't know how we'd be able to figure that out. I'm trying not to click on the other thing until we get more information. Because, like, I can't exactly search for... like adoption. Like how do I get adoption information? That seems really difficult. But I will go here and go Stuart Clementine may not have the last name Clementine. He was adopted. Oh, yeah, I'll save that. Okay. Alright. And hold on. Steve and Christine Garland were together. She had 2 boys. Oh my god, man. Steve and Christine Garland were together. They had 2 boys, James and Robert. Mark Zimmer and Steve Garland were BFFs. Christine Farmer, later secretary. Yeah, so I think that's gonna go somewhere around here, right? Oh yeah, I've put it there for now, haven't I? If that makes sense. Why did I put it there for now? Was that the only place that made sense? God, when you take a break from this game, it was only a break of a few days, and yet it's made all the difference. It is really made things difficult. Okay. Company. Well, okay, yeah, we got company records from lots of different times. Okay, let's check the company records. Do we have them around 1949? Nope. No, we don't. Okay, great. You were given some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. These records are all based on old tax mailing information and detail the employees. I'm just going to make sure I'm on page 1. Detail the employees that work directly for the Roottree or in their corporate office. So many laborers on their forms and in their factories are not listed. I'm not sure how helpful it is, especially for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time consuming and a waste of your time. I appreciate them saying that. Jeez, man. Jeez. Is gonna be a lot. In 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. But during 1976 and 1977, the following changes took place. Okay. Christine Farrow was hired. Joanna Robinson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Joanna Fellows has been... Is her name Joanna Robertson? Wait. Is her name not what we thought it was? Oh my god, that's what it was! Holy shit, man. Wow. That's what it was. Would you look at that? Wow. Really cool. And we confirmed that was Sterling Edsel. We confirmed this is Regina Salazar. That's great information to have locked in. That makes me way more comfortable that I'm like on the right track here. His name was Stuart Clementine, so it's fine. Oh baby, that's good shit. That's good shit. Because you have to find out a decent amount of stuff there. You have to realize what her last name is. You have to realize that Mary Beth originally went by Mary Beth Quaker. You have to realize that Sterling's last name was not Edison, but Edsel. And then you have to figure out that, one, she's a cashier later in her life, and two, that her last name was Robertson and was changed to Fellows, even though his name is David Fellows. Man, they make it complicated. They really do. But you know what? This has given me some of the juice that I got from the main game, so that's good. That's a good sign. And Beth Knox are both no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Farrow is no longer listed among the secretaries, but a Christine Garland has been hired. Oh my gosh. So that's another one, is Christine Farrow. Her name is Christine Farrow, not Christine Garland. So I'm just gonna write Christine Garland may be Christine Farrow. I'm putting in capital letters so hopefully I can notice it when putting this information in. And I'll do it there. Okay, wonderful. And I'm gonna highlight that as well. John Miller is no longer employed by Roottrees. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Zach Morton retirement party. Oh man. Guy Hudson took over. This began a particularly volatile period in the company staffing. Many travel experiences were listed, and Guy began trying to develop new 5-piece flavors. Following changes were recorded. Replaces Zachariah Morden. Edward Roottree, Elizabeth Cravensworth, and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. Rafa Tunes is now listed as office staff. Interesting. Albert Cross and Fred Cross are no longer employed by Roottree. Christine Garland no longer works at Roottree. Beatrice Watson and Corinne Schwartz were hired. Juliet McCullen and Doris Mays are no longer employed by Roottree. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing were hired. Oh my gosh, there's so much. I mean, yeah, this is, as I said, this is kind of for cross-referencing. You go in here to, like, check for, like, whatever. Like, I don't know which of these things are going to be relevant yet. Like, this might, I know they had a caviar flavor at some point. It might become relevant, but I don't know yet. Many new employees didn't tend to stick around for long. Terry O'Connor was hired. Edward Morrison, Robert Andrews, Corinne Schwartz and Beatrice Watts, Linda Lewis, Angela Ingram, Lisa Lewis, Valerie Ewing, Catherine Garrett. Yeah, I don't recognize a lot of these names, so there's another interesting one. Strawberry, Zigua, Butterscotch, Caviar. Oh my gosh, there's a lot. Okay. And then Guy Hudson died in May of 1982. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all of the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy Hudson, were let go. Sam Madison left Roottree in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Right. No change, no change. So things got kind of steady for a while. No longer employed. No secretaries are directly employed by Roottree. Use a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Okay, that's an interesting. Okay. All right. Great. Oh, good. All right, I gotta check I gotta check my notes. And so, look, I need to remember like what I've looked up and what I haven't. And the thing is, I'm doing all of this game over many different sessions, even if I'm editing it all into one video. So sometimes I'll just have forgotten everything. But I'm glad we got those locked in, man. Mark Clementine. There's gonna be another photo for Mark Clementine at some point. Mary Beth Quaker. Miracle Root Tree. Okay. Okay. So Mark Clementine's gonna end up having kids. He's gonna split up with someone, but he's had kids with them. But then, was it true that these two were adopted? Or was that all a lie? Because if it is true that they were adopted, then this, I'm sorry to say, doesn't matter. Because we're looking for blood relatives, right? Okay. So, temp agency called Work Time Temp. Have I looked that up yet? I don't think so. Work Time Temp. Roottreemania company is listed on their site as one of the companies they do business with. As far as you can tell, there's no connection between that and anyone related to a search. Great. Okay. Christine Farrow, Christine Garland has been hired. His eye is on the sparrow. Did we look that up? His eye is on the sparrow? His eye is on the sparrow. Religious hymn. It's been covered over the years by many artists, so it's likely not very relevant. Realize they should not feel discouraged or disparaged by their troubles. Whatever, love something as small as a sparrow, then still in it. Okay, understood. Okay. The old rugged cross sounds like something we would have done. Yeah, we have done that. Okay, so I'm going to say the old rugged cross. I'm just going to delete that note. And his eye is on the sparrow. I'm going to delete that note. Those are obviously not relevant. Stuart Clementine, Mary Beth Clementine, Sistine Apple. Sistine Apple, the Sistine Chapel. Right, that's the joke they're making. Okay. Who's Beth? A secretary named Elizabeth. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer. Okay. Man, so much stuff. Sorry, I'm yawning. It's getting pretty late. Okay. So these are all our reminders. Chris Raff 75. Oh, okay. Chris Rafferty's Prodigy site seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept mailing him. The most relevant ones are the following. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mum when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Highlight that. Thank you. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number on a check he sent us in the mail when I was 15. And came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. Okay, hold on. Let me just while we're here. So this is Chris Rafferty right here. So he was a college student, at least last we checked. But he was a college student, this was like, what, 4 years ago? And he's typing like this? I guess I do know people who are that age that are typing like that. Pete, my stepdad, is that on our... Well, no, but I think it doesn't matter. It's probably Jane LaRue's new husband or whatever. People like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. Which one was Ernie Madsen, by the way? Because the Madsens... No, those are the Mordens, not the Madsens. Which ones are the Madsens again? Where do the Madsens... Where do the Madsens find themselves? Oh my god. Here we go, Nicole Madsen. Here we go. Ernie Madsen. So the 4th president. That's right. That's right. Ernie Jr. Uh-huh. Okay. Man, I wish I wasn't yawning so much right now. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid. Definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, and I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember, what I only think I do because I have pictures. I understand that. I have a photo from when I was 5 in the office with my dad, and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from that picture or not. The photos may add to your evidence. How do you have proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition? I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison stuff I saw on the Roottree curse website, and he emailed some old stuff including the proof, but even with the proof the website didn't take it down. He spelled fiancé wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. And Lulu is his wife, his partner. Great. Okay, let's check that, damn. Okay. So, so great. That's an alternate photo of Chris when he was a kid. So that's wonderful. He said that the woman... He doesn't know who the woman was. That's right. It was him, his father, and Guy Hudson. So... Guy Hudson... Oh, well, when he says his father... He's talking about... Clark? This father? And then, Guy Hudson... is... there, except... Alright, so that makes me think that... Oh, hang on, Guy Hudson, we've got alternate areas here. Yes, great. Alright, so we have a woman that Guy Hudson was probably sleeping with, if I had to guess. I don't know who it was, but we have one. It does not look like Joanna, and it can't be because she doesn't have any alternate photos. Is there any other way to tell who that is from this photo? I don't think so. I tried to click there and see if I could get that picture. Okay. Well, that's good. We got some info from that. Lulu is much better at spelling. So Pete. Pete is your stepdad. How do I know who Pete is? Like, does that matter? It might not matter. It might not matter at all. Okay. Well, that was useful. So we did that successfully. Gosh, I hate yawning. So let's find out about November Roottree if there's anything there. Her occupation can only be found Brian Jones's company website. So Brian Jones. Okay. Seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. Is Brian Jones the black man who was part of that? Yeah, this man. Yeah. Okay, good. 2 new sections exist. The first is a baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. Our daughter was named after her grandmother. So, her grandmother, Carolyn. So their daughter's name is Carolyn. I don't know if that's going to come into play anywhere, but I think it might be important to write down. So, Brian Jones and Stephanie Morden, no, Landon's child is named Carolyn or Eloise, I guess, but it's probably Carolyn. Again, don't know if that's going to become relevant, but that's fine. We're just writing information now. Second is what's next. Not much of substance there, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise of popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There has been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use the publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Stephanie Jones campaign website. I mean, is there anything else I can know? Okay, Stephanie Jones. Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie. Okay, so that's the same thing. Let's check this. Wonderful. Okay, so we got some more. Now, why have we been given this when we don't... Oh my god. Don't tell me that, Oh my god. Don't tell me. Don't you dare tell me that my friends here have made a bit of an oopsie. Oh wait, this is a family tree update. It's not. I thought they like that this was gonna be an infidelity, but if this is just a family tree update, and is this like this is recently-ish? I mean, yeah, this makes sense. Then that's fine. Then you're all good. And so they would have named him Carolyn? No? They would have named him Eloise, maybe? Huh? Mother, grandmother. I would think. Carolyn. What did you say here? Our daughter was named after her grandmother. Which is fitting because it was the night before Christmas. Carolyn. Like, who else? Okay, well, I mean, who was... Clara? I mean... Carol! Carol! That's why they mentioned the thing about Christmas. So, I'm guessing you're Carol Jones, and I'm guessing you're a baby. Okay, so if that's correct, we would have 1, 2 pictures locked in. I think just the 2 pictures locked in. Because I don't think we know anything about Mark Clementine. Right now, at least. But that's pretty good. Pretty clever clue, the whole, like, fitting, considering she was born the night before Christmas, you know? Great. I feel like you're looking good, Stephanie. Okay, so okay. There's still a lot. There's a lot to do. Okay, that was, yeah. Wait, hang on, we just got rid of a lot of the... Oh, we got rid of a lot of stuff from here. Both worked on TV. Brother Trouble. Okay, so I don't think this one's gonna tell us much. Nah, this is okay. That's not telling us much. So Red Herring. Nothing much for Red Herring. Family Man by Bess Williams was a very poorly received book about Elias Roottrees. There are very few copies of the original published in 1920, but it was recently republished by by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's Diary for schools. It seems they wished to capitalize on Roottreemania. It did not work. So Bess Williams. Let's just make sure. Okay. Reprinting, it's blatant corporate propaganda. Alright, we'll take it though. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of the extended family, you're not sure if it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of the book was so lazy that they reused a famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright has expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's 85 pages long. But it still says there's 2 clues here. So I mean, what Business Watch? I mean, should I go back to Business Watch and search Elias Roottrees again? No, I mean it's an old thing. My only thought is that this right here is Elias Roottrees. Otherwise, why would they give me the picture? Like, it just seems to make sense to me, you know? And also, wasn't there shouting about... Do I have it somewhere? Wasn't there shouting about another woman or something? Okay. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, who worked at one of the guy's secretaries. That Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Yep, Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was advised Sam has no hard evidence. Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back. Who's Beth? A secretary named Elizabeth. Okay. So Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant. Alright, so what do we know about Elizabeth? We do have some information about Elizabeth, right? I mean, Elizabeth is gonna be in... Was it this? Yeah. For what? Elizabeth Cravensworth? Is that her name? So... Elizabeth Cravensworth. See, it's in here. She was a secretary. Now, we need a picture of her. We need a picture of her. How do we get a picture of this biatch? Because that's not going to be her. I don't know how we'd get a picture of her. And then they theoretically had a child. If I search Elizabeth Cravensworth, I don't think we're gonna find anything. Yeah. Let's just make sure. that she hasn't been in the Butler country times or whatever. County times, I mean. She's not a chef, is she? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That is a-okay with me. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly. Due to pregnancy, Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Okay, so... Alright. So this is the daughter. So this is, I think, this is the daughter. I think. So that would make this... Oh my god, it's so complicated. It's so complicated. Because, like, wouldn't that make this Stephen Garland? And then wouldn't that make this Christine Farrow? Who was a secretary, now retired. They were married and then they had 2 boys? But this says they're adopted. So unless down here is actually where they... Oh my god, man. It's so tough. It is so difficult. Fry dry. Did I ever look up fry dye? Find a short story on my Boston homepage. Did I ever look that up? Wicked overrated. They claim to rate things from wicked awful to wicked wicked. Most recent thing was an antique store called Beer's Things. Apparently the owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. Most recent establishment to read wicked wicked is a comic book store named the Million Year Picnic. Okay, so nothing of it matters. But let's just keep looking. Fly on down, honey, and make a deal with Beale. Nothing's relevant to our search. Okay, let's just make sure. The Million Year Picnic. It's by Ray Bradbury. Okay, so now that it's starting to get meta, because it started talking about the video game Roottrees are dead. Now that it's starting to get meta, it means we're we're not in the right place. Okay, and did I search up the fry dye here? Fry dye. Chef's signature is the samosa cone. Yeah, I did. That's how I found it. Okay. And I mean, I did go like Robert Garland and stuff, right? Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay. The Sistine Apple. Oh, wait, I did know the Sistine Chapel one because I remember reading this line. I think I just realized it now. It says there's one more, like, linking thing here, but I don't know what. I truly don't know what. There's so much, man. There's so much. What the fuck is Zigua? Watermelon. Okay. Watermelon 5 pieces. Okay. If I just search 5 pieces, okay. What if I search it here in the chef signature? No. Roottrees. Nope. I don't know, man. If I could just... That's 1, 2. That's 3. If I could get a picture of Elizabeth Cravensworth, we'd be in business. But I don't know how I would get that picture. I really don't. Christmas tree breath. What's Grandorf Dove? What is this? The School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottrees offices used to be in Butler County, but it serves much of a part of Pennsylvania and nearby Ohio. It's formerly known Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is a Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. In 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in the early days. The staff is listed on the website. You scan through all of the biographies and find that the principal, Miss Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She has been working at the school for 15 years. Miss Ford's bio also mentions she is not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It also mentions she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing, based on Guy Hudson, I'm imagining. The Hudson Wing was an expansion to Grandorf Dove, first built in 1982. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a smaller independent school that offers free ASL courses for family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to their history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can see somewhat fill in the details from the other information you've seen about the school. It also mentions that the donation came at the insistence of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentioned that she learned ASL from the main school before the Hudson Wing even existed to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottrees management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it was only operated on weekends. Since then, it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Did Guy Hudson fuck this woman? I hate to say it, but her name is Miss Ford. Okay. So, hang on, where's this infidelity timeline? 1982 was like the latest. So, is this possibly Miss Ford? And if that is the case, do we have records about Susan Ford, for example, who used to work at the department and then left in 1980. She was an interpreter and then she became a teacher. Susan Ford. This motherfucker had sex with Susan Ford, I believe. So I believe this right here would be Susan Ford. She is a teacher. Hello? She is a teacher. She's also like a sign language person. Is she a principal now? Is that what it said? Can I read it again? The principal, Miss Ford. Okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I feel somewhat confident in that, but I need some pictures. The Butler County Times archives include what seems like an endless list of snow cancellations, blah blah blah. You almost miraculously discover one useful article. Grandorf Dove was at the center of a crime article in 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside the brand new Hudson Wing of the school. There were multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. Yep, okay. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, I'm just gonna save that, and I'm also going to reorder the names, drag that into page 1, and click on page 1 so I don't do that again. It was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher. Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher where he went. He graduated a few years earlier. a former student at the school. I was imagining a current student because that was even crazier. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the report's investigation into the police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages, and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. It seems Thomas Hughes, Mrs. Hughes, and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. So is Mrs. Hughes actually Mrs. Ford? And if so, is this going to be Thomas Hughes? Thomas Hughes. That's what I'm guessing. So I'm guessing that that they had 2 children. I don't know that this is James Garland anymore, so I'm going to I'm just going to get rid of that, I think, because I no longer believe this. Interesting. Thomas Hughes. Okay. And there's nothing else in, like, News Time. There's nothing in Silver Screen, you know, Business Watch. Thomas Hughes. I mean, I need some... Okay, I've got an idea. This is really unlikely. Can I go Grandorf... Dov. Oops. Dov. Like that. Nope. Okay. Thought it was worth a try. Okay. So... I have a lot of the information, but I'm looking specifically... Oh, man. So her name is Susan Ford, as far as I can tell. Susan Ford. Susan Ford. In here? Nope. In Business Watch? Nope. Do we have any other information about Susan Ford or anything? No longer employed at Roottrees, yes. And nothing much after that. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Susan Ford. I'm so close, man. How do I find out more about Susan Ford? I feel like I need to find more, like, Guy Hudson things. I've got so much stuff almost locked in if I can find pictures of Elizabeth Cravensworth and Susan Ford. And I've got all this information about like this whole fucking family right here that I can't quite use yet. Okay. Infidelity, split up. And there's more over there. I mean, man. Then we have Christine here. James and Robert Garland. Like, that's really... Right, yeah. That's really good that we have this. Right, I'd forgotten that we'd... Yeah, I'm stupid. Why do I have it as a question mark when I think I've figured out that it's Pharaoh? I guess I forgot that I'd figured that out. So yeah, that's really useful. We don't have a picture of her, right? Unless that's her. No. So how do we find Christine Garland? How do we find any of these women? Like, my man Guy Hudson, I need more stuff about him. I need, like, a lot more stuff about him. What was that News Time article that we just got? Yeah, no, we've got that shit. I need like a lot more. Has someone done like a expose on him? Like, man. Guy Hudson. Okay. How do we find out about his swinger parties? It's really tough, man. News Time Weekly. It says there's no more, like, evidence from there. Okay. They loudly argued. Beth. Do we have anything about Gwyneth Roottrees? I mean, I feel like it's been a long time since I've looked her up. Intention. Since 6 pieces have placed less of an emphasis on him. When those have argued it was his right to decide how to split his inheritance. The first Anderson Maple Farm only used to be a popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimages. Amongst the conflicts, the farm has since shut down, seemingly indefinitely. Quotes from Bess Williams' books appear to have been taken down. Okay, great. Is there anything interesting about the first Anderson Maple Farm when we looked that up? Nope. Nope. Can I find anything interesting about it here? Nope. Not anything new anyway. Gwyneth Roottrees. Back into here. Nope. Back into here. Nope. Okay. So none of that is helpful. That's just wonderful. Oh my gosh, man. Okay. What do we got here? Susan Ford. Beatrice. Why do we know the name Beatrice? Why? Where am I getting B from? I remember something talking about B. Beatrice. B. But I don't remember what, where, and why. And now that's annoying me because I can't like search through my shit properly. Nothing about Beatrice here. Nothing there. Some obituaries. Okay. Hudson Wing. Was there anything about Beatrice there? No. Watermelon. Anything about Beatrice here? Anything about Beatrice here? The owner, Beatrice, is not very friendly. So Beatrice owns the My Boston homepage. Why does that matter? I don't know if that does matter. I think that might be a waste of fucking time. Like, I don't think that matters at all. Beatrice Watts. Okay. Catherine Garrett. I mean, there's some names here that seem familiar, but I don't know. Oh gosh. Yawning again. Beth Knox 50-year work anniversary bonus. Okay. And then there's some stuff here. Rafa Tunes is now listed as office staff. So Rafa Tunes site that once had a photo of Clark on it no longer exists. Instead, it redirects for a telephone number called 1010-250. Okay, great. Does Raffertunes have anything in Modern Music Monthly? No. Okay. Then what do I care, honestly? Nothing there. Albert Cross and Fred Cross. Oh my gosh. I feel like I might need like a nudge in the right direction, because I think I'm hitting a little bit of a wall. Maybe just a little nudge. Maybe a little nudge will be okay. You haven't searched for everything on your list of notable events. That's a good place to start. Excuse me? I haven't? Have I not? Anonymum? I haven't looked for Anonymum, have I? I'm so dumb. I'm so stupid. Hold on a second. Okay. Alright. Anonymum was the second high-profile case after Felix Fellows of a potential new root tree being added to the Clanstead Trust. Instead of claiming herself a root tree, however, she claimed she'd slept with Guy Hudson and that her daughter was a root tree. The accusation came during the height of Roottreemania and began with a brief TV interview. She appeared in the shadows with a disguised voice and promoted an article about herself in News Time. Okay, I'm going to highlight that because that's important. I'll come back to it. In the TV interview and the article, she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. Aha. Ba-ba-ba. The name Anonymum was not self-inflicted. It seemed to spring up organically because nobody else knew how to refer to her. The day after the News Time article, Sam Madsen publicly supported Anonymum due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. With the momentum of Sam's endorsement, Anonymum went on a media blitz. Ultimately, this backfired. As more details came out, people became skeptical of her story due to the extreme similarity to Five Pieces. Her accusation even included many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job, secretary, and the time period, late 70s. Well, he slept with a lot of secretaries, it seems like. I don't think this is necessarily that out there. After fumbling the Five Pieces story so publicly, the Roottrees were more prepared to handle all Clanstead Trust related cases. Within a week, a DNA test proved that Anonymum's daughter could not be related to the Roottrees. This was announced at a joint press conference with lawyers representing both Anonymum and the Roottrees. Each party ensured their respective clients provided accurate samples. Immediately after the negative results were released, many of those who'd already been skeptical felt vindicated. Others who had built up the hope that history could repeat itself after 5Ps felt duped. Many people suspected the whole affair had been a hoax to gain fame and money. Many demanded that Anonymum be held accountable, and some people even began to attempt to track down her true identity. The Roottrees company felt pressured to put out a second statement to try to curb some of the backlash. That's nice of them, I guess. Even going so far as to say, though it was scientifically proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree, that doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. That's very true. She had every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave the family alone. The Roottree company said this. Damn. I mean, it's nice to curb some of the backlash, but they're actually, like, not throwing Guy Hudson under the bus. He made his own choices, but, like, I expected them to try to, like, protect Guy Hudson's legacy as much as they could, but it seems like they've, like, accepted he's a lost cause. I mean, the Roottrees family aren't, like, evil. That's the thing, is, like, this game, I'm seeing all of their shit, including the good stuff and the bad stuff, but there's just so much bad stuff that I just, like, whenever there's something that they do that's good, I'm like, oh, wow, well, they did that. Many people claim this high-profile anticlimax and public backlash was the beginning of the end for Roottreemania, since many of the fun was the shared fascination about secret Roottrees. Others think that, like any fad, it just runs its course naturally. Regardless, this is the final notable event related to the release of 6 pieces, and things soon went back to normal. Jane Doe Roottrees has already been eliminated as a potential new Roottrees by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Anonymous Affair does not appear in your updated tree. Thank you for saying that. That I really appreciate that. Now, I don't think that necessarily means this is a dead end, though. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter, Jane Doe Roottrees. The first and only mention of the phrase anonymum in News Time came the week after, when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. Summary of the initial cover article has been put there. Okay. We don't have pictures, which is probably good. It was determined through a DNA test that Anonymous' daughter was not a Roottrees. This article, which does refer to the daughter as Jane Doe Roottrees, but did not coin that phrase anonymum, came before all that, right around the time of her first TV interview. This is a summary. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Time shortly after 5P was confirmed to be a member of the Roottrees family. In homage to the previous cover, she holds a photo of her daughter. Unlike 5P, she wishes to remain anonymous. The anonymous woman claimed to have had an affair with Guy Hunt. This is all the same stuff. While she was working with his secretary, she and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morden were already gone. She says that she and the other woman were both underqualified, as neither had typewriter experience. According to other staff members interviewing, Guy had his own requirements for hiring women. Guy liked to throw lavish parties. The longer he was president, the more excuses he found. The anonymous woman posits that these parties mostly seem to be an excuse to have after parties at Guy's home, featuring much more alcohol and other substances. She claims she slept with him at one of these after parties. She confronted Guy when she found out she was pregnant. Guy didn't seem fazed, and they came to an arrangement. Hold on. He paid her a significant amount of hush money on a recurring basis under the table. She used it to move away and start a new life with her daughter. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run their course. She went back to work at the department store and she worked at the department store. In case she's on this... No, they said Anonymum isn't on the list. Unless she's on it again, like she cheated, had an affair with someone else. When Guy died, the money stopped coming, and she assumed things had run its course. She went back to work at the department store and hoped that nobody would ever look too closely at how she paid for her house. She told everyone that her daughter's father walked out one day and never came back. She claimed that after seeing the fantastic article in News Time, she realized she wasn't the only one this happened to. While she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as 5P's mother, Joanna, their stories seemed eerily similar, and she knew Felix was telling the truth right away. The article presented no tangible evidence of the anonymous woman's time at Roottrees, and all of the payments were allegedly made in cash. However, using details that she provided to News Time, their reporters were able to reach out to the other woman hired at the same time, who also remained anonymous. They successfully fact-checked the timeline of both women and confirmed the existence of the infamous after-parties. 5P's case was strengthened, and this news story was subsequently published. Okay. That really told me almost nothing. That was like a really useless... The only thing I can think is that her being like hired at the same time as someone else. Or maybe we figure out who's anonymum to know which of these is a false lead, you know? Maybe that's what the point is. Because... like, okay. Because these confidential files... Zach Morden, so it's after Zach Morden... after Zach Morden was no longer president, right? Zach would be retiring, Guy would be taking over. Joanna Robinson is no longer listed among the secretaries, but Joanna Fellows has been added to the list. Hang on. Hold on. What did she say about Joanna? while she never worked at the Roottrees company at the same time as Joanna. So she never worked there at the same time as Joanna, but she and another woman were hired at the same time during a transition period, while many of the secretaries that had worked under Zach Morton were already gone. Okay. So, let's see. Joanna Fellows and Beth Knox are no longer employed by Roottrees. So they're disappeared. Christine Farrow is no longer listed. Christine Garland's been hired. Oh God, was it here? Guy Hudson replaces Zachariah Morden. They're no longer employed. Rafa Tunes, they're no longer employed. Christine Garland's no longer working there. These two. Okay. I think one of these is probably Anonymum. That's what I'm guessing. I mean, it also could be one of these two. Oh God. But I think it's one of it's these guys. 1978, 1979. I don't think we got any info on like when. She just said in the 70s, right? So I wonder. I mean, does it do us any good to Google these people? I don't think so, but just in case. Nope. And then Corinne Schwartz. Oh. Corinne Schwartz comes up in a few articles from local news stations in Pennsylvania. Some of the people attempting to track down Anonymum were harassing her. She recently had to take leave of absence because people showed up at the car dealership where she works. She's begging people to stop the accusations so that she can get back to a normal life. In every article we find, the journalists involved have independently verified that she is not Anonymum. So if Corinne Schwartz is not Anonymum, then you'd think Beatrice Watts is. You'd think, right? Impossible for her to be Anonymum because her only child is still in middle school. Unless her son's gestation period was approximately 10 years. Okay, so Beatrice Watts? No, okay, so could it be Lisa Lewis? Could it be Valerie Ewing? This is tough, man. Lisa Lewis. So I think Beatrice Watts. Beatrice Watts may be Anonymum. Maybe. Like I don't have that confirmed, but I think since that was the info that they gave me there, I think that makes sense. Now, let's look at Miracle Church. Hang on, is this? I know this is probably the book, but is it the book? Released in 1999. I mean, yeah, this is it. Indecisionitis. Fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company, it was released in the weeks after their bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references to recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window, asking to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance among the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. The doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes... Yeah, okay. I get the joke. It is the leaders of large corporations. Could also spread to humans. Ah, very good. Then recommends JIT together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonies use variations of the catchphrase, when I can't make my tough decisions, I've got to get my JIT together. The final testimony included a bald man in silhouette with a voice changer saying, I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have got my JIT together. It's kind of good. Okay. Very nice. Have I seen the Roottree Rift? Have I looked that up? The 3 press releases for the Roottrie Candy Company after the release of the 6 pieces were referred to as a Roottrie Rift due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard. It stated that there was no president of Roottrie Company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. Only then could they verify the legitimacy of the claims it raised and decide the next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later. And just in case, I'm going to try to remember that, because that we have access to some business newspapers, right? And announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrie would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims within, and would look into compensating. Also, I'm just gonna put that he was an interim president, because that's important. And would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. It also stated that the company's lawyers would be taking immediate steps with the family to revisit the Clanstead Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It was quickly clear to the business reporters and analysts that the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family. Right, even using conference calls. This was reported on by many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that the draft of the announcement was made prematurely, and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottrie would be taking over as company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation planned would be based on a stringent verification process. I see, okay. First, let me just look up Ron Roottrie real quick. Ron was announced to be president of Roottrie during the Roottrie Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling the basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Okay, I will be looking at that in a second. Interviews saying that the truth of what is not something he wishes to discuss. He hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother, Gwyn, died in Paris. Oh no. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Okay. So he's yeah, he's this guy. This is Ron Roottrie. So Gwyn died, which is very sad. Okay. We're gonna look up Ron Roottrie on not the Butler County Times, on Business Watch. Ran an article about 2 months after the Roottrie Rift about what really happened with Roottrie. The article mentions that nobody from Roottrie that they reached out to was willing to go on the record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from the public record, accidental leaks, and a source on the inside. The only parts that are new to you are also the most vague parts, the ones supposedly confirmed by their anonymous source. The timeline says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Cal Roottrie died, but before the release of 6 pieces, and decided they wanted Ron Roottrie to take over because of experience running RR Productions. I will take that, thank you. And because he was a well-known and well-respected Roottrie. But Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the Clanstead Trust to remove Robbie Roottrie. Is that his brother? Yeah. Interesting. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled, and Ron became frustrated with the delay. When 6 pieces came out, he saw his chance to force action while the family was in the limelight and release a press release himself in an attempt to get the ball rolling faster. This caused chaos within the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to Business Watch's source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the clan said trust, and they eventually let him go. After that, the role passed solely to Clark, who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. I think that makes sense. Like, Clark does seem kind of, you know, boring and not super interesting. We're gonna check out RR Productions in Starlit and Silver Screen. Okay, so I mean that's old stuff. Okay, well, if there's no information, then there's no information. I didn't actually get that much info from that, which is a shame. Like I feel like I mean I wrote stuff down. I found out that Ron Rootree was doing it temporarily or whatever, but I feel like I really didn't find out much there. I wanted to take this and search it again. Released earlier this year, details the truth about Elias. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book. Some of it's new to you, may be important. It has been added to your notes. Yeah, so yeah. Already done that. Regina said, oh, I meant to search Miracle Church as well. No. I mean, I know it's like Miracles Church. Like, I know that's what they're talking about, but I just want to see if there's, like, anything specific about... Doesn't look like it. Okay, well, just because I know there's, like, one thing here. Could be fucking anything. Because, I mean... Prodigy, yeah, this is still... You can usually find it by searching their screen name. I mean, can I just search... Instead of searching the full thing, can I just search Genealogy Genie? You know? Okay. What if I put a space... Oops, what if I put a space there? Genealogy Genie. Nope. What if I do genealogy? Nope. Wait a sec. I have Pixpop. Can I... No. I thought maybe I could, like, unscramble this with Pixpop. Jane D. Rootree. I mean, I did... Okay, so I've done this. I've looked up the Rootree Rift. I've looked up... I mean, did I look up Clark? It was announced that both Clark, Rafferty LaRue, and Ron Rootree were taking over. 2 weeks later, most of the information about Clark you already knew. Many descriptions of him tend to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Rootree. Few touch on the complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark has tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into the public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This was an announcement that the clan said trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Is there a new information, a new thing here? Clan said trust, it is a new page. Unusual legal arrangement and the motivation for most of the major financial decisions. Yes, I know what it is. This means that nearly every Rootree can potentially have a say in the company's high-level operations. It has caused them to be slow to approve any major expenditures. After the release of 6 pieces by Sam Madsen, the clan said trust came under heavy scrutiny. Sam, her children, and her grandchildren should have all been covered under the trust, according to the wording revealed during an internal family conflict between Ron and Robbie Rootree. It seems that those who wrote the trust, Clancy Edward Rootree, at the direction of Elias Rootree, purposely deceived the rest of the family about the exact details of how it worked in an attempt to keep Sam and her father, Edward Clancy, in comparative poverty. Because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question this understanding. Sam's book revealed this to the public, and it did not go over well. Clark Rafferty LaRue took over the company, and most celebrated move was the first official one. He ensured Sam's family would get their share. To help facilitate this, the inheritance aspect of the trust is now under the control of a third party, Ruby Legal Enterprises. This is finally something fucking new. So the inheritance is now under Ruby Legal Enterprises. This ensures that the financial motivations of Roottree family members will not interfere with the investigations into potential new Roottrees. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation by refusing to answer questions. Ruby Legal Enterprises is the name of the law firm that has been hired by the Roottrees Candy Company, and the company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, though all the articles tell the same tale. After the fiascos of Six Pieces and the revelation that Roottree's internal law group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottrees Corporation, including the candy company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Now we're getting some new names and shit, finally. I felt like I was reaching a dead end, but finally there's some stuff here. Cicely Sanchez is an author best known for, and it's an author. Now we're getting some shit. Portrait of a Changed Man, released in 1979. Her follow-up, Foreign Gospel, 1984, did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. She has written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Cicely is known for her non-fiction, with a focus on exploring darkness in the human psyche. Recently, Cicely appeared in a... Cicely appeared in a magazine called Piketty. Okay, hold on. We might have a new, magazine thing to look at, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. Magazine called Piketty, with an article about a book she had been commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. The magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Oh shit. Okay, this is interesting. So Cicely Sanchez in Piketty. Wait, Cicely Sanchez. Hello, did I spell it right? Yes! Okay, good. In an issue that focused on taking a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said about the batteries, as the batteries ran low, Piketty had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, the issue was pulled from the store shelves, making it the subject of some conspiracies and an instant collector item. Due to this recall, the version found in these archives is incomplete. Okay, we're doing some shit now. Base El Bub. Oh my gosh, 8 in this small thing? This was the issue of Piketty magazine that contained an article about Cicely Sanchez. The story concerned an unreleased book she had written about Guy Hudson. It seems that it used photos of Guy that Cicely did not own the rights to publish. Unfortunately, the magazine was issued a cease and desist. The magazine was pulled from the shelves, and the version you found in your periodical search has the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. But there's something here, man. It says there's 8 fucking things connected to it. Okay, well, what we need is to look up Cicely Sanchez's books. So let's start doing that. She has 2 books. First one is called Portrait of a Changed Man. Out of print, the book's description has this to say: what if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All your politics, relationships, and gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? Cicely Sanchez tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool, and it became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those who knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You'll be putting it down. Okay, cool. Next up is Foreign Gospel. Still, it's also out of print. It tells a tale of a man from the Catholic Church who claims he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach, specifically with the goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. Book tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with the so-called converted. Okay, very well, very good. Can I just also just Google some of these? Portrait of a changed man. Great. Can I also Google Piketty just to find out? It's a category of flower with an outline around the edge of its petals. Well, I want to find out like what the website, what the magazine, Piketty magazine. Very good. Piketty magazine is a publication, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wide variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch onto and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. It includes Beanie Babies, Magic Eye images, and even Red Bull. It is common to fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating that it's all the hearsays that's fit to print. One point, Cicely Sanchez, an author, she came to have written, yep, I know that. The article was not even the main focus of this issue. Roottrees Corporation. The particular issue, the big Sass Seabass issue, was pulled from the shelves. It has now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. I mean, I want to buy it. It's a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics the voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a rip-off of a more popular, yep, this one doesn't sing, set Big Sass Seabass apart from its competitors. It's a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. Yes. Recently, it appeared on the cover of Piketty magazine, the same issue that issues released. The issues become a collector's item and right for conspiracy theorists. How do I buy it? I need to get it somehow. Can I search anything? What if I just search Roottree? Really? What if I just search Guy Hudson? An issue that focused on a talking fish. Yes. Okay. Man. I'm trying to figure out like what else I could even be searching, you know? Okay, Ruby. Let's search Ruby Sprat as well. Ruby Sprat. And like her legal company, is relatively elusive. Most complete source of information you can find from before her time with the Roottrees is from the website for a magazine owned by a major airline. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series of modern-day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care, but excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of her legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There was a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against a manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station companies the ability to bet on the price of gas. Blow ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company services are a cross between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay, is there anything with Mid-Eastern University? Notable private college that advertises itself midway between Maine and Miami. Their mascot is the Spectres, not known for their sports program as much as their education, their legal and language departments, and their pride and joy. Along with other prestigious schools, they've reached notoriety of Ivy League schools. Some refer to it as Little Ivy. The college has embraced this, calling their newspaper the Herald. We have a newspaper, baby. We have a newspaper. This is important. This is important. I saw them mention it before. Website boasts that they have a historical technology museum on campus and still functioning computer from the 1960s. Takes up a full room. They also have a printing press that they use to take one special... Okay. So the Heterald, we're going to be looking at Ruby Spratt in the Heterald, I think. Ruby Spratt. I can't believe it. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mid-Eastern Legal College. Her valedictorian speech was somewhat controversial at the time, as it was quite serious, with a heavy focus on wealth inequality. This didn't go over well with the predominantly middle to upper classes audience in attendance. The editor of the Herald at the time said Ruby, unsatisfied with simply earning her place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a capital audience of her peers with a perfect GPA. It felt like the ideal occasion for a celebrity of an undoubtedly incredible individual. However, by the end of her speech, there were many in the audience that wished neither of these events had transpired. It was a passionate attempt to use her soapbox to proselytize her fellow students and their parents into the religion of poverty, but unfortunately, they remained unconverted. What else can I search in the Herald? Roottree. What can... I remember there was some college students, like, Zach Wilson and like David Kellogg, but I don't know if, you know, David Kellogg, like I don't know if we're gonna find anything there. I mean, it's nice having the Herald, but god damn it. Mark Clementine. I want to find out about Mark Clementine as well. Mark Clementine. Did you go here? Nope. Are you in here? Are you in here? Are you... What the fuck? Hang on. News time did a small piece about a fight between the Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach it from a different perspective. Their goal was to paint a picture of the two men involved from others who knew them best. Not only did they manage to interview Sim's wife, Carla, as well as multiple staff members at his school, but they hunted down Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Hold on, I don't even know what the fuck this is talking about, but according to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he was charged with assault of a... Hold on, Jesus Christ. I was so shocked to find this here that like it's so hard for me to take this in. While he was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job, they divorced. Sims. Hang on. Do I have a Sims anyway here? Is his name actually Mark Sims and he's a pilot, you know? Like, what if I don't know, man. Let's keep reading. Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife. Hang on, Colleen Webb. Yeah, they split up, so at least I have this. Colleen Webb. At least I have that. Okay. She and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in an airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would have wild mood swings. He was charged with the assault of a fellow pilot in 1975 and lost his job. They divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. So there are two girls here. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody would connect them to her ex-husband. Okay. Jesus, man. So what the fuck is Crocodile? And who is Sims? And like, how did I find any of this? Mark Sims. Like, is it Mark Sims? Who's Sims? Colleen Webb. I'm trying to figure out where all of that information came from. I stumbled across it, but I'm missing lots of information, I feel like. There we go. Okay, at least I put his name back and it fixed that. So that's good. Okay, locked them in. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. And we got Colleen Webb locked in as well, and Thomas Hughes and Brian Jones. And a picture, and another picture, and another picture, and another picture. This is great. We got a lot of stuff locked in there. And we get more information?
Sam reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one.
Yes, you do.
My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure, but I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most.
I think I kind of agree with that.
It took me way too long to get my life together.
Yeah. I'm glad you're coming up, though.
Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA.
Okay.
What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
You didn't give me anything, though? Are you kidding me? You're just like, here's some information. Anyway, bye. I mean, did it at least update the, this? No? Fucking hell, man. Okay. Stephen Garland's locked in. I'm just seeing all the stuff that we've got sort of locked in around here. Thomas Hughes is locked in. Susan Ford. Could Susan Ford be in the Herald? No. I thought maybe I'd get lucky. I just thought, you know, she's a principal. She probably did well in her life. Jeez, man. Okay, who was it that had two daughters? It was, Sam, not Sam. Mark Clementine. Mark Clementine had, wait, hang on, this will be in deductions. Mark Clementine had two daughters. What do we got? I'm just looking at all our information, trying to figure out what we know. This didn't lock in, so this isn't true. This didn't lock in, right? So that's not Stephen Garland. Is there anything else that didn't lock in that will be important for me to know? I think it was just that one. Oh, of course it's not Stephen Garland, because that's Stephen Garland. So this is not you. I don't know who the fuck you are, but you're not that. Get out of here. I don't know why I had it in two separate places. I'm sure I had my reasons. John Doe. What? Okay. All right, so I think, yeah, I mean, this all matches up. Christine Farrow, yep. And then we got Steve is the chef. Christine Farmer, later secretary. Shouldn't it be secretary? Shouldn't I have secretary there then? Or did you go back to farming? Robert, younger than James. Okay, I got that. This kid was named Carol. We got that. So I can get rid of this because that's been locked in. Stuart Clementine, I figured out his name, and it was Stuart Clementine. I was wrong about that. I got the two brothers, so these don't need to be there anymore. Rochelle Zimmer married Mark Zimmer. Rochelle Zimmer married Mark Zimmer. Who and what? Who is Rochelle Zimmer and Mark Zimmer? Steve Garland and Mark Zimmer were BFFs. They're two boys, James and Robert. We got that. Christine Garland, maybe Christine Farrow. We've got that. Although I should keep that just in case. I should keep that there. I don't want to get myself too confused. Mark Clementine had two daughters. Okay. So this is a... Well, I was going to say this is a man, but we don't know that. It's likely to be a man. Colleen Webb, Mark's ex-wife, yes. Elizabeth Cravensworth. We don't have any pictures there. If we could get Cicely Sanchez's Guy Hudson book. Does she have a thing here? 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 Piketty apparently announced it be pulling the issues. Only for a day. Even people that would never have purchased it went out of the way to buy just one, just in case it would be worth something someday. And especially caught your eye conspiracy theorists who assume that anything worth suing over would have an expert legal analyst and News Times stated it was unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court. And Piketty likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. How do I get that issue? June 1999. I just got the joke there. Basil Bob? That's funny. Piketty, June 1999. Like... And it doesn't have the name of the book here. Piketty, June 1999. Give it to me. Man, I just... How do I... Red Bull. Let's do a search here. All right, great. I don't know. I don't know how to do this. It really feels like there should be a law. Like you can search up cases. I feel like I'm constantly like coming up against things where if I looked up a case, it would be very useful. Ryan Robbie. Brian Jones's company's website. So hang on, Brian Jones. 2 new sections is this. Baby photo. What's next? What's his company? What has he done? Business Watch. Butler County Times. What did he end up going on to do? Like, because he had Jones Graphic and Print, but then he started something else, didn't he? Did he not? Because like Jones Graphic and Print was the old company, I believe. Oh, God, man. Oh my God, man. What did he go on to do? Because, I mean, this is this man, right? Carol Jones. Carol Jones. Nothing? Carol Jones. Carol Jones. Nothing? What if I look up Stephanie Landon again? Stephanie Landon. Sorry, Stephanie Jones, I guess you go by, right? Yep. No, it's the same shit, different day. There's been some extra attention on me in the coming months. How I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. That doesn't help me. Okay, come on, Stephanie Jones. There's got to be some info on you around here somewhere. Were you in the Herald? Oh gosh, I think I'm hitting another wall here. And why does this still have a clue somewhere? Bess Williams. I'm sure. Minor history with the Roottrees, blatant propaganda, hurricane statistics that also mentions Bess Williams. The Bocadoro Library, not far from where she lived, was partially destroyed in the hurricane. When they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again in 1950 and closed in 1963 with multiple larger libraries. Okay, weird info to put here. The Bocadoro Library no longer exists. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states that their hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small, admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits in their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to your evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, a now defunct weekly newspaper. Okay, so this is another paper. The last is an original print of Cuba by Cubans, an art book. Okay, alright, hang on. So I got some information here. I guess first let's look at the picture that we got. So theoretically, this is Bess, right? I don't know how much info we have on Bess. Like, I wish I could search my own notes. Oh, excuse me. We have Bess Williams. Williams. Do we have a Williams somewhere? Thomas Hughes, Brian Jones. Webb. I do not see any Williams around here. Okay, well, at the very least, there's a statue of Bess Williams. Don't know what to do with that information, but I have it. Have I looked in this welcome tab? Cousins. Oh, cool. It tells me what second cousins and third cousins means, and oh, cool. That's kind of cool. And they give you just like some extra information that maybe, you know, if you're not American or whatever. Like, I knew what K to 12 was, but I'm sure some people wouldn't. Marcia Baban. I know it says it's likely not related to Cuba by Cubans. Cuba by Cubans. I know it's not related to it, likely, but it's still, yep. I just needed to check, okay? You gotta be thorough. Miami Print Museum, I don't think we're gonna get much here. Yeah, I thought it would do that. Now the Miami Sunday. Bess Williams. Roottrees. The Miami Sunday. Well, okay, so no records you can find online or in your periodical search emerged with another periodical and became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only a year. Was the outcome of merging two failing newspapers. Notable to the author because it combined the names in the way that they did. It's tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time, with a newspaper in Jefferson, Texas. Tell me about Jefferson, Texas. Oops. Tell me about Jefferson, Texas. Real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimble Cute. Alright, I know it's not. Okay. Anyway, 1949 to 1950. That lines up with this, if that matters. But I don't think it does. Miracle Root Tree. No. I don't fucking know, dude. How is there still a thing here? The Roottrees Rift. Clark, the Cladson Trust. Roottreemania. I think I've looked into Roottreemania because, you know, it's the stuff that I should know about already. There's a Watershed website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you're a secret Roottrees. It simply said no with an image of Clark giving you the finger. That's funny. Lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottrees-related media. It's included Lauren's Diaries, VHS releases of Gwyn's old movies, as well as countless other or unauthorized biographies, which mostly seem to attempt to capitalize on the Roottrees sisters Carl and Brenda. Re-releases were too late to successfully capitalize on it. Most of them were failures, and countless became novelty shirts that I'm a secret Roottrees. Okay. Got it! I don't think any of this actually matters, but oh my gosh! Nope. Gwyn's old movies. Unauthorized biographies. Man. I don't want to have to take another clue just because it's embarrassing. But also, the Sistine apple. I'm just trying to see, does Sistine have anything to do with Sicily or whatever her name was? I doubt it. Huh. Elizabeth Cravensworth. Man, there's so much stuff. Just give it to me. It's worth looking into some of it again. Well, yeah. Like what? Reminders in your evidence go over the most important people and events from the last investigation. Oh, you're saying... Right, you're saying I haven't looked up all of this stuff yet. Like, what about the Roottrees Candy Company? Design has clearly become more sleek and very corporate. Gone is any history focused on Elias Roottrees. Instead, the site seems to focus on the present status of the candy offerings. It keeps mentioning Root, so I also have to look them up again. Clark, Rafferty LaRue, short bio. He was represented for some of their marketing. Small memorial section. Carl and Brenda Kurt Johnson, Mark Sanchez, Trish King, and Eliza Nicholson. I don't know if any of those are going to be useful at any point. The Root website has a small memorial section, contains no new information. The most recent catalogue, Spring 1999, has an entirely black cover with no text on it. On the leadership page, Root is currently managed by a designer who's apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, she seems unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. On it you find information about the Roottrees Sisters Fashion Scholarship. Okay, we're starting to get new information again. It is awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Apparently it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. According to the site, the fund was created directly from the shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters. Like other aspects of the Clancy Trust, is managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. We've already found out about them, but we don't know about this. But I guess it just told us about it. Yeah. Okay. Fine. That's fine. Do we have any information about Kurt Johnson? Kurt Johnson and Mark Sanchez were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees jet. Aha. Mark Sanchez. Wait. Is that different from Mark Clementine? Were the pilot and co-pilot of the Roottrees jet during the crash. Although the NTSB investigation has not been released, foul play has been ruled out. Trisha King was on the cabin crew. Elizabeth Nicholson, who went by Eliza, lived in a house with a family about 200 yards from the section of the woods where the plane crashed. She reportedly had a heart attack during the commotion, and her family were unable to reach emergency services due to the overwhelming phone lines and ongoing storm. Her son-in-law managed to flag down an officer responding to the plane crash, but it was too late. That's really sad. But Elizabeth Nicholson, because you're also an Elizabeth, is it possible that, like, okay, hold on, lived in the house with her family for about 200 yards, her son-in-law, so a son-in-law is your brother's or brother or sister's son. So I'm being crazy here. I'm just seeing if, like, if we had any, like, you know, like this could be Elizabeth, and then this could be the son-in-law, you know? But that's crazy. Why do I have so many messages right now? It's my friends talking about Uma Musume. Hold on. Oh, okay. So I found something else. So I paused the recording to eat some food, right? And then I was just like scanning through things. I searched up Lauren Roottrees. I saw it mentioned A Life Between Wars written by her. So I just put it in here. I thought I had already done it, but I just put it in, and it gave me a thing. So, oh, okay, all right. An entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. It focused on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during a previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age where most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch, someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, pop status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I have grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life. Even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family, saying, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as a weakness. Elias, please remember Sam, yep, okay. Not even our family's melodies and religions go unmocked. Remember, God only put one eye in Miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents have never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Okay. I'm afraid I don't quite know what to take from this. I mean, it mentioned Okinawa, but I'm not gonna find anything there. I also wanted to look up Lauren Roottrees here for some reason. I forgot why. News time. Piketty. Starlet. Teen Blast. The Herald Road. Business Watch. Chef Signature. One Music Monthly. Silver Screen Magazine. Okay. Alright, fine, whatever. Miracle Roottrees. Have I looked into him recently? Yep. Jim Roottrees. Have I looked into him recently? Jim and Diamond apparently sent out some mail to Diamond Dazzlers that mentioned they didn't spend a lot of time around the Candy Company anymore. The Best Of album did get released released a CD during Roottreemania, and while neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at a local records near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim has stated he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics, still doing just fine, and there have never been any rumors of infidelity about them. That's great. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, that's old stuff. Lauren's 2 diaries are probably the most useful resources. The 5 pieces, Elias's children. I mean, I was gonna say, I've certainly done that. Could be identified by the 5 presidents, many featured in periodicals. Stephanie Jones and Brian Jones led you to Carolyn Morden's art book, which enabled you to fill out more of the tree. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Don't confuse myself. I meant to do this. Oh, okay. After the release of 6 Pieces, Carolyn Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. Okay. Thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of her tractors, but I don't think it really fit her narrative. Yes and no. They never tried to kick me out or set. So this is Carolyn Morden. Okay, they sent me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean. But I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone knew why I divorced my husband, people paid me any attention. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back at that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or women, but he didn't like the entire woman. He didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job. I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with our family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she was pissed. None of us knew him well except Carl. Okay. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never boring and old. Jesus. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I should take from this stuff. And Guy Hudson was her cousin? So this is sister? So yeah, so cousin. Guy Hudson was a cousin. I don't know what to do, man. I don't know what to take from that. I really don't. We're running out on the reminders front though, so that's good. We need to fill out more of the tree. Many of the younger Roottrees were found. Complex rabbit hole. Finding that led to finding a searchable address. What was the rabbit hole again? Was it just this? Oh yeah. I've looked this up. Pete, my stepdad. Pete Rafferty. I mean, it's a stepdad. I don't think his name's gonna be Pete Rafferty. Wait, hang on. So, Chris Rafferty. So we don't have the stepdad because we only have Jane LaRue, and then there would have been another guy in there. Oh my god, man. Okay, what else? Robert Roottree and Ronald Roottree. Let me just look up Robert, Ronald. No. Until Robbie embezzled money and fled to Paris. cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. We looked up this stuff. Family Man. Oops. Google it. That's this one, yeah. Okay. Published by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's diaries. It doesn't say who the publishing company is, but these are the diaries, so it's Schoolbound Publishing. I swear I looked them up in the past, but I'll... Yeah, okay. Alright. Well, I tried. It's just they specifically mentioned them, like, again, so... You're being confusing. Lauren's other books. Do we have... Hang on. What are other books called again? Life Between Wars. And then, yeah, we have Romance in Court. Except she wasn't... Oh, okay. I thought she didn't go by Lauren Roottree anymore, but maybe she did. Court Jester series. Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Return to Court, New Romance in Court. Great. Oh my gosh. That doesn't help. Carolyn Morden Sculptures. Well, yeah, I mean, I've looked her up. Okay. What else, man? What else, man? Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's just take it again. You should look into Mary Beth's children. Mary Beth. Who was Mary Beth? And then, okay. I did look into her children. Spider search result for Mary Beth has both of their... Yeah. Mary Beth Clementine. Like, I've got her name, Stuart and Mark. I know Stuart and Mark. I know the names are Stuart and Mark Clementine. Emergency service websites. He's a police officer, has no web presence. Markle? Is his name Markle? Oh my god, you just had to Google Mark Clementine. I thought I'd done that. I really thought I did that. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. Okay, hold on. We have a picture of him. I knew we would have a picture in here. We gotta put that picture in here. Great. Oh, finally we get some of this context that I was looking for. It's a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Okay, the infamy list. I'm saving this. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida, a lot of others on the list come from there, or Australia, Mark is listed as being from Los Angeles. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950. Okay. But most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost a job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. Good, I'm just making sure I did lock him in, right? Yes. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 1982, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supply in Los Angeles. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile, hence the nickname. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited Okay, I'm going to be highlighting that because that might be useful. Is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from the incident has been added to your photos. In 1993, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 1994 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. Billy Sims. Okay. And that's the information we got before. Now I have to find that. Where was that? That was that was quite a while back, wasn't it? Anonymum, Corinne Schwartz, Business Watch, Robbie Roottrees arrest, Ruby Strat, Billy Sims. Yeah, this one. So Billy Sims' wife was Carla. Billy Sims' wife was Carla. Do we have a Carla around here? I wish I could just start like Control F on a bunch of this stuff. Carla. Sims. There is a Sims. But yeah, I don't immediately see any of this. So I'm just gonna go here. Billy Sims, principal, Carla, wife. I'm just gonna save that. Carla sounds familiar, but okay. Then I wanted to go Portland Telegraph and search Mark Clementine on the Portland Telegraph. Aha! And has some details about Crocodile Clementine's first major arrest. He was flying weekly between Los Angeles, Juarez, and Vancouver in a small plane. His flights were very low, literally under the radar. He was only caught because he was bit by a crocodile. Yep. His story seemed very odd. Controllers quickly alerted the police without informing him. They were waiting, and he was promptly arrested. Okay, what about Billy Sims? Is he here? No? It might... I think it's 2 M's, actually. Yes. Okay. I need to make sure that's 2 M's. The Portland Telegraph had an article slightly longer than most about the Billy Sims incident, mostly because the assaulter, Crocodile Clementine, had appeared in the paper before. Because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions that our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance of the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyway. It was unknown to the school staff, including Sims at the time, who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to avoid the guards when the exchange between him and Sims took place. The article finishes by facetiously asking, what will Croc get up to next? Stay tuned for Croc Watch. They have not been mentioning the fucking daughter's name. And that's been really frustrating me. Croc Watch. Is there more Croc Watch? No? Croc Watch. Digital watch, it looks like the... Okay. It's definitely unrelated to a search. Very good. Great. Well... I almost got some important information there. Carla Sims. What about what's the name of his ex-wife? Colleen Webb. Colleen Webb. No? Okay, fair enough. Also just Google her just to make sure. Okay. Where was I before I went into that tangent? Oh yeah, I wanted to go back to here and look up the infamy list. Damn. What about Basket Baby of 1950? That in 1950, a gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. Wait, Mary? Mary! That's why the adoption situation is weird with him. Right, because I remember them saying that it was strange. She adopted him without question and raised him as her own son. Although it wasn't national news, the basket baby, none of the who the woman or baby was likely to prevent people from looking into either of these people too closely. You know, it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life, and he would be known as Crocodile Clementine. We've already found this stuff, but I'm just making sure. Okay. And I mean, we know that this is a thing, but can I also just spider search this? Yeah, okay. God damn it, man. I keep running into these dead ends. I keep running into them. This is, like, I genuinely do find this a lot harder. I heard there was a difficulty spike, but there's, like, so much information, and also, like... Yeah, just it feels really, really difficult to like know where I'm looking and why I'm looking for it. So like I'm starting to have no shame at like looking for hints. Missing issue of Piketty by Sicily attracted a particular group of people. I know, yeah, auction people, collectors, conspiracy theorists. Right. Yes, I did. But it's really hard to find that shit. Hang on. Let me go, again, the Chris Raff thing. If I go Chris Raff, whatever is... Hang on. Chris Rafferty. Show older. I forgot how I got to that, though. Because I was trying to look for this before and I couldn't find it. Because I've forgotten what the conspiracy... It was like the Roottree curse or something? Ah, okay. Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor count has reached 7 digits. Many old articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising of the Roottree news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottree deaths being faked. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who've died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. This newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with a post mentioning that he's beginning to believe the guy is not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened, all of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts details a brief belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge, Gwyn Roottrees' death was faked, and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently, this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. Another's about the rapper 5-Piece. He can't possibly be a Roottree. One of his first album songs, when he was performing under the devil name, actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. Sam Madsen is anagram for Am Madness. They're purposefully leaving clues for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottree's book as a one-time pad, he began to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working out figuring out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000, is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds to volunteers to catch the Rootrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions to volunteer if you ever drunk Spirit Cola, but doesn't go into why. Jesus, man. Okay, Thomas Overwood, does you specifically? No, I mean, Gwen Roottrees' death. According to Overwood, Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. Come on, man, I need this. So, what was here again? The Roottrees sisters. Still up. The young webmaster has turned into a memorial site. No relevant information. Sad meaty piano playing in the background. That's funny. Carl Roottree. Eulogize Carl. An article about a Christine Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. What the fuck? She does not make any claim about having had a child with him. She just appeared to be paid and talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up later. Okay. Okay. That's not what I tried to copy this. Just in case she pops up anywhere. No? In case she pops up anywhere. Doesn't seem like it. I got no idea, man. I mean, the hint mentions a curious new... What, do I have to look up Spirit Cola? That's not what it was. No. Spirit Cola. I put it all as one word for some reason. Nope. Oh my god. Please. Oh, guy's not dead theory. I always thought they were just saying the guy's not dead. But it's specifically they're saying guy's not dead. Right. Guy's not dead conspiracy. Stems from a website that focuses on clues that Roottrees have all supposedly hid all over the place. Clues on candy wrappers and print advertisements and television commercials and their jingles. The story, according to the website, is that Guy Hudson was a terrible president of the Roottrees company, introduced multiple failed products. Something needed to be done that would put the company immediately and instantly back in the favor of consumers. So they killed off Guy Hudson, replaced him with a new president. The move immediately garnered sympathy in the company that recovered the next year. More popular than ever, the next president stayed much further out of the limelight, and some even theorize that he was simply Guy Hudson in elaborate disguise, which is why he stopped appearing in public. The people who ran the site are asking for help. They're certain that there's a clue accidentally leaked in a banned article. On their page is a scan of the magazine's cover, the interview with Cicely Sanchez about Guy Hudson, and some photos. Yes! Okay. Now we're talking. Now we're fucking talking, dude. We got some pictures. Dude. Does not label. Both photos were instead under the shared label. Cicely was provided these photos to use in her book. Hang on, I have to do my Duolingo in the next 15 minutes. Give me a sec. Okay, I did it. Alright. You claim to have been paid a significant amount to write a book about one of the Roottrees, Guy Hudson. He was president for a short period at the end of the 1970s, right? Yeah, I met him in New Year's Eve, actually. The last night of 1978. Guy liked to throw big parties. I was just coming off of Changed Man and looking for my next project. When his wife learned who I was, she invited me to the party and they cornered me to talk about a book. That was the first time anyone recognized me for my work. I had finally made it. The book they asked me to write sounded great, but then none of the stuff they made him that made him interesting was allowed to stay. Chop, chop, snip, snip, anything with even the slightest threat to Guy's image ended up gonzo. What was the stuff that made him interesting? At his core, Guy was not complicated. In fact, I think I could boil him down to 2 traits. First, he wanted to be seen as the second coming of the great Elias Roottrees, and second, he'd never be satisfied living the life needed to be seen that way. He had his fortune and good looks, but he really liked to exploit that to pick up women. But he couldn't let anyone else know, so it cost him a lot to cover it up. That was the only interesting aspect of Guy. He was James Bond trying to convince people he was Mr. Rogers, I guess? Mr. Rogers, really. Maybe that's not the best metaphor, but Elias Roottrees was boring as all hell and all about family. Guy did everything he could to be seen that way. After I submitted my first draft, he sent me this garbage book, The Roottrees Legacy, with Elias on the cover. The last time he and I met, he even switched... I'm just gonna do that. He even switched out his orange suits for the same green ones Elias wore. And remember fancy flavors? Guy knew that part of Elias's legacy was the 5-piece flavors, so that's what Guy tried to do. Caviar was a disaster here, but it was somewhat popular in Brazil for whatever reason. In Christmas 1979, he went to Brazil to open the Roottrees Brazil factory. Let's highlight that. Guy was always hopping around the world trying to recreate that success. So how come the book never came out? It's complicated. I had an out in my contract. Surprisingly, Guy signed the contract my lawyers wrote without running it by anybody in his legal department. I could pull my name off the book at any time, but Guy still got the content. After I left, it probably got a lot harder to convince any real publisher to give it their time. He was the president, right? Do you know why he never released it himself? If I had to guess, his family very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back and showed me a final draft. Do you know... Hang on. So this was... The original thing was 1978 or 1979, around there. I'm just checking this all this time. Surely, this kind of fits into... Well, I guess there's several, but it kind of fits into, like, it being... This being her, you know? Like, is Cicely... Oh my god, Cicely is in here. Cicely Sanchez? Is that what her name was? Sanchez. Although I don't know if that's her... Oh, yeah, it would have been her maiden name. And she is an author. I don't know if we have... I don't know if any of these are, like, certainly, definitely her. But it's interesting. Very wisely put a stop to it. Mid-1981, months after I'd already moved on, he called me back for a final draft. One copy of a book. It had my name on it in big, shiny, embossed letters. Like all problems in his life, throwing money at me was his attempt to win me back. But it had half the page count and the narrative was torn to bits. No thanks. The dinner was good. Imported steak that costs... that likely cost as much as a month of my mortgage. And we all got pretty drunk. He sent his mistress, Susie something, into the bathroom to proposition me. Poor girl. I remembered her from our trip overseas. She was too good for him. Anyways, he died soon after, and that was the last that ever came up. What can you tell us about the family? Any insight into the scandals from the recent book by Sam Madison? I haven't actually read it. I just skimmed the sections on Guy to see why people were suddenly calling me up to ask about the man. I'd say she did well for what she had to work with. She only had rumors, whereas I spent time tailing him. Sometimes he knew, sometimes he didn't. He invited me to join them when dealing with Roottrees Brazil, but I actually had people on him when he went to Australia, France, and China. When he met with someone, I'd figured out who they were and how they were involved. Doubly so if the meeting happened when he didn't want me to be around. Despite his best efforts, I got the whole truth, including things even his family never knew. For example, the daughter of his business partner in Australia, I think her name was Robin. He and she definitely spent a few nights together, and he didn't want his family to know about, but I did. Robin, huh? The daughter of his business partner in Australia. Okay. So if I search Roottrees Australia, hang on, I might have figured this out. Madison got things wrong. Sam mentioned Guy's affairs and treats them like most people would logically like to treat them. Like the infidelity was a problem for Patricia. When his wife first approached me, though, it wasn't to talk, if you get my meaning. On paper and in public, it was a marriage like any other. But in reality, it was more like a mutually beneficial arrangement. They both got what they wanted out of it, the same thing. What was that? I'm assuming I only have to spell it out so you can get it in writing for your readers. Women. Patricia enjoyed the company of women, and the swinger scene made that more accessible. I told her I wasn't interested in her and Guy. I found out later that if I had said yes, her next question would have been whether or not her husband actually had to be there too. Right. Guy, on the other hand, was seen in a traditional marriage and at the same time could bed any women that found him charming. I can assure you that he was exactly the type of marriage he was interested in. So now I'm going to look up Roottrees, Australia. Okay? Roottrees, Australia. Okay. Distribute Roottrees candy was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative in summer 1979. According to the history website for Roottrees Oz, Charles Martin, who owned a company that manufactured licorice in Australia, was tapped to run the Roottrees factory after he impressed the American leadership of the Roottrees Candy Company at that time. Roottrees Oz did have some success, but only in certain regions. The manufacturing leg of the company shuttered in 1982 after the death of Martin, and Roottrees now serves as importer. Okay, this didn't actually tell me about Robin, unless Charles Martin's wife's name is Robin or something. Popular brand of Martin's licorice bullets. I love licorice bullets. I live in Australia, by the way. I don't know if licorice bullets is exclusive to here. Most of his history is unrelated to the Roottrees. However, in 1979, he helped to develop Roottrees Oz. He used his own wealth to build the new factory and then distributed the maple trees throughout the same methods he had already been using for his previous candy venture. A website about Australian commerce mentions that he had a very unusual business agreement with the main Roottrees company in the US. Much like how the Clancy Trust distributed the profits from the Roottrees company evenly to the Roottrees family, the profits of Roottrees Oz would be split 50-50 between the American Roottrees company and Martin himself for him to do with what he wishes. This made Martin very, very wealthy, but also led to many cost-cutting measures meant to increase profits as much as possible, especially towards the end of Martin's life. 1990, poor reputation. Vast fortune was to his daughter, Robin Martin. I see, yes. Okay, Robin Martin is his daughter, who sold both businesses at the first opportunity. So, is Robin Martin... So, Robin Martin could be this one, or could be this one. So let me look up Robin Martin and see if... Okay. Very good. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world. She owns a private island off the coast of Australia. She has no husband. And there was a widely circulated rumor... Hang on. No husband. No husband. This is probably Robin Martin. And she is wealthy. Is she a CEO? Widely circulated rumor that she had a medical procedure to ensure she would never have children. You find a joke on a site called Edgy Jokes that implies she's quite promiscuous and has a punchline involving Robin's eggs. For what it's worth, Martin seemed to lean into the rumors. In the 80s, she once showed up at a charity function with 3 very attractive men wearing a shirt that simply said "Satisfied Partner" on it. Very good. Is she a CEO? Is she a what? I don't know. But if she couldn't have children, who's this? Because otherwise, there's no one on here that doesn't have children somewhere. I know this isn't gonna about the band U2. Okay, great. All right, Robin Martin. All right, we can also search up Roottrees China. China Roottrees is one of the companies created to manufacture. Oh my god, there's going to be so much. Economic reform, new opportunities, decided to pounce. Lang Hongbo, who is said to personally win over the Roottrees family and was the owner of multiple textile factories, did not wish to import the ingredients and build a special factory to manufacture the candy in China, so instead they made a deal to import bulk unpackaged Roottrees candy and label it for not only China but additional markets. Hongbo, who was already in his mid-50s when the deal happened and only had daughters, and his brother Lang Hongyu. Oh my gosh, man. his brother Lang Hongyu took control upon his death in 1986. After Hongyu died in 1992, it passed to the oldest from his generation, Lang Jinyu. This feels like a wild goose chase, because like, what does Roottrees China have to do with this? Oh my god! Let me first scroll to the bottom and see if... Oh my god, man. I need to take a break. I need to take a break and come back to this. There's too much. There's too much around here. Let's save and quit. Okay, I'm back. This is days later. Let's give it another shot. So I remember we went to China Roottrees and then we went to Langtai Textile Corporation, which is a company that has helped expand Roottrees products to China since the late 1970s. The company seems very accomplished. Their site has quotes from many different reporters and news articles listed on it in nearly every language. It's also mentioned quite often on websites about Chinese businesses, but those mentions are company-focused and not people-focused, and don't offer any information useful to your investigation. The page contains a very rudimentary leadership timeline with names that prove that the company's been in the Lang family for a long time. It kind of looks like a family tree. It goes back at least 250 years in some form or another. During the period where they began the Roottrees deal, Lang Hongbo in China, I know we've already, I think we've already highlighted that, but I'm going to highlight it again. Oh, we have already highlighted it. Lang Hongbo in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is his last name, was the CEO. He died. I wonder if this is... Yeah, I wonder if, like, this proves that there's going to be, like, a Chinese person, and we're going to be like, oh, their first name's Lang. Wait, what the fuck? Why isn't their first name Lang, you know? Was the CEO. He died before the internet was widespread, so there's not much out there other than his name on the website. His younger brother, Lang Hongyu, is featured on the history section directly following him. This also seems to be the only mention of the man. The current CEO is a woman simply listed as simply Jinyu. The site doesn't list her last name, though she appears in the family tree below Hongbo. Langtai has a few American logos on its page. One is the Roottrees logo, one is Tranquilts, and the other is Peace of Asia. Oh my gosh. See, this all could be a red herring, but hello? Okay. Lang Jinyu in China, the family name comes first, so Lang is her last name. It's a businesswoman currently running the Langtai Textile Company. She was recently listed in an article on a website written by and for women. The article, entitled Empowered, is about the recent rise of women entrepreneurs in China. The article states that due to her lack of brothers, she has a younger sister, Lang Jinyu took over as CEO of her family's company in 1992 after her elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company due to mental deterioration. This was apparently an extremely controversial move among the company's employees, and some of them, the article does not state how many, quit and wrote a letter stating she must have coerced him in his vulnerable state. Elderly uncle was deemed unfit to run the company. Okay. Since then, the company's been performing well. Her nephew, who is currently her second in command, is expected to take over when she retires. In the meantime, the board's stance has been a twist on a popular proverb. The article roughly translates as someone that has proven they can do something well can do it 100 times well. An unproven leader could doom us all. The article also offhandedly mentions that Jinyu was an early adopter of IVF and helped her sister have a child. Oh, cool. Okay. Well, this woman is definitely on the thing somewhere. There is an unsourced picture of Jinyu in the article. It says from 1992 when she took over. She was 45 at the time. It has been added to your evidence. So, this woman is absolutely on here, which means I'm guessing it's this whole thing here. Right? No. Hang on. Okay. Let's look. So my thought is, look, she had a sister and no brothers, right? And then her sister had a child. So, I mean, there's this. Sister, no brothers, sister had a child. right? Where else does that sort of thing happen? This is brother, sister, or siblings or whatever, but and this person doesn't have any siblings. It's making me think they gave me all that information. Surely that you'd think, but maybe not. Have I been fooled? Have I been punked? Because it said, and helped her sister have a child. She was 45 in 1992, so she's 40. She's 52 now. I don't know if we'd be putting a 52-year-old here. You know? I mean, if this is kind of what Mark looks like now, he doesn't have a 52-year-old. So you'd think it would be like up here-ish. I mean, well, this is from 1921. So like a 52-year-old could be down here. But I mean, but I would think there'd be a kid here. Wait, what is this? Wait, what does this mean? Hang on, they had... Oh, hang on. Guardian, adoption, or otherwise married. Guardian. John Doe. This could be her. And then... And then they... Okay, so these two married... But then they adopted someone else. And that person had 3 children. I don't think that's gonna be her. What the fuck, man? I feel like she's gotta be on here somewhere. Man, I don't know already. Robin Martin. It's also, I mean, this is... I'm also, like, looking for, like, Asian names, you know? Robin, I do actually know... I feel like I know one Robin in my life, and I think she's an Asian girl, but I don't think Robin's an Asian name. But I do... That is a fun coincidence. Elizabeth... I mean, there actually are some Asian Elizabeths that I can imagine as well, but again, it's like... It's not particularly what I'm looking for. We also, let's make sure... Okay, yes. I was just needed to make sure that Lang was in the last names somewhere. I don't know how to fit these motherfuckers in yet. So, but... Okay, let me just do deductions, okay? Jinyu Lang, CEO of Lang Thai Textiles. And then I'll do that. And then younger sister. I don't actually remember if it's her younger sister. Helped her sister have a child. No, she does. It is a younger sister. Helped her younger sister have a child. God, okay, yeah, whatever. Let's go... Well, let's start Googling some things just in case. Like, is empowered here anywhere? Like, is it in the Portland Telegraph? Is it in News Time? Is it in the Herald? Is it in the Butler County Times? No, I don't think it's in any of these. I think like we got the information from Empowered anyway. It told us what it stated. So now let's look up. Hold on, Lang Hongbo. Oh, okay. It's the same fucking thing. Great. Lang Hongbo, Jinyu, Lang. What about Lang Hongyu? Is that the same thing? Fuck off. What about Tranquils? Tranquil and Quilts. Yep, their name is ironic considering they're the loudest quilts you've ever seen. They don't have much of a connection. They both import cloth. Okay, what about Piece of Asia? It's the American arm of Lang Tai. According to their site, the Tai and Lang Tai translates to peaceful, so they chose a name in America to match. There are a lot of other companies listed there. Too many to investigate. Piece of Asia. Yes, what anything out of the ordinary. Husband and wife Jerry and Linda Han. Their Chinese names are listed too. Han Junwei and Lang. Okay. Lang Jinyao? Well, hang on. That's a Lang. Han Junwei. Okay. Linda Han. Have we heard Linda Han before? Have I got that anywhere here? Linda Han. Is it? Is it here anywhere? I don't see it anywhere. Linda Han. Jerry, Linda, and Mark Hahn appeared recently on a website called Focus on Philanthropy under the headline Hanging with the Hans. The Hans were chosen because they donate significantly to causes that further Chinese American culture. Jerry and Linda were both born in China and fell in love during college, not with college. Linda's father led a large company. Yes, I know, it's the Lang Tai. After it expanded to the US, Linda's father approved their marriage so long as Jerry took over the US portion of the business. Linda jokes that the entire situation is like something out of an Alanis Morissette song, with how ironic it all ended up. I was absolutely terrified to move to the United States, but my big sister was desperately in love with the idea. She used to have this Butch Cassidy poster on her wall and was obsessed with Robert Redford. So I'm guessing this is the little sister. But somehow Jerry and I were the ones sent here, and now we couldn't possibly imagine going back. When we had Mark, we never even considered giving him a traditional name. Meanwhile, my sister stayed in China and has thrived there. She doesn't even like visiting the US anymore. Mark. What? Well, hang on. But wasn't Mark... Isn't the Mark that we know... Yeah, Mark Clementine. Are they the birth parents of... Mark Clementine? Does that make sense? I'm just gonna highlight this. Our kids are complete opposites, so Mark couldn't wait to travel abroad as soon as he was old enough. He's actually in business school in China working with my sister. Our niece, who grew up there, was the opposite. She couldn't wait to get here. She started calling herself Lucy Lang in high school and flew out here as soon as she graduated. The name change apparently drove my sister absolutely loco. So they have Mark and Lucy. Oh my god. This game doesn't ease up. It does not make it easy. Like, Lucy, you got some splaining to do. So I don't think that's this Mark. It could be, but I doubt it. They had 2 kids, Lucy and... So, like, could these... No, but they're married. But then they're also married. But there's no split up here. Is this a 3-way? Is that possible? Because doesn't there normally have a split up? Yeah, you have split up, and then married. See? So this is them married, unless these ones never got married. Is there any ones that we have here that have multiple marriages? I don't think so. I think generally it's like, but I don't know if split up is the same as divorced. Oh man, okay. Who had 2 kids? There's those 2 kids. I mean, none of this is helpful, man. They're giving us so much information, and none of it. Jerry, Linda, and Mark. Oh yeah, because Mark is the son. On a website called Focus on Philanthropy. Anything else here? No. Okay. Let's try Lucy Lang. Lucy Lang. It's not exactly a common name, but it's not the most uncommon you've come across either. There are a few that come up. It might be possible to narrow down the search. Lucy Lang is mentioned on a robotics website as part of Team Talonclaw. Team Talonclaw is one of the only 2 teams from the US participating on a new robot-based show in the UK. Another Lucy Lang is part of a small women's a cappella group in Los Angeles called the Gin and Tonics. A third Lucy Lang works in New York for a business called Corporate Synergetic Solutions Unlimited. What did it say about Lucy? That she and flew out here. Where's here? Born in China, fell in love during college, expanded to the US, took over the US business, moved to the US. It just keeps saying the US. Stop just saying the US. Give me more specifics. Because this is a team from the US. This is part of Los Angeles, and this is in New York. So, I mean, alright. Team Talonclaw. Robotics Club of Mid-Eastern University. We might be able to also look that up in the university paper. Also named Talonclaw. Their robot, also named Talonclaw, has been selected for appearances on the 2nd season of a British television show focused on robot fighting. A small blurb mentions that robot fighting leagues have existed for a few years, but there have been recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw was one of the 2 teams selected from the US. By the way, I was just thinking, we have this top secret, right? So, oh my god. Like, what if the top secret is, like, the entire Lang family? You know? But there seem to be recent moves to televise it. Talonclaw is one of the things. The site seems like it's used mostly to announce the schedule to its members. The club is supposed to meet every Tuesday and Thursday, but the last 8 dates have all been cancelled because a few members of the team are currently in the UK filming. Another date from a few weeks back was cancelled for an interview with the school's newspaper. The travelling members of Talonclaw are listed as Team Captain Jaya Patel and supporting members Lucy Lang and Kurt Hauser. Okay, that's just wonderful. Let's go here. The Herald. Yes! There's a story about their school's robotics team. Team Talonclaw lists 3 student members and talks a bit about each of their history, including their interest in robotics. The only one that catches your attention is Lucy Lang. She grew up in China as Min Lang, but came to the US specifically to attend university. She says she grew up around factory-scale machines that assembled products that would be shipped all over the world, and the moving parts of automation fascinated her. However, as she progressed through her major, she's become obsessed with smaller, more powerful hydraulics, such as a mechanism that closes Talonclaw's weapon. In addition to the robotics, she loves linguistics. One of her hobbies since coming to the States has been collecting accents. In her spare time, she practices not only removing any trace of her native inflection, but also quickly switching between multiple different regional accents. She feels her personal best is the Southern Belle, but her favorite is a Valley Girl due to its use in popular culture. This reminds me a lot of one of my friends that I haven't spoken to for a while, but she used to go to a board game club that I went to at the same time, and I used to do a character called Stacy that I would do. And that was just like a classic Valley Girl type character where I'd just be like, oh my god, that's so fucking stupid. What the fuck is wrong with you? And so like we would be playing board games and like someone would do something and I'd be like, what the fuck are you fucking doing? That's so fucking stupid. Why would you do that? And so I would do that character. Most people didn't care about it. My friend Chanel, who was I don't know if she was Chinese or Korean. I'm not sure. She was Asian though, right? And she had a pretty thick Asian accent, you know. She had a pretty thick accent, but like she always found the Valley Girl voice very funny, and then she would do it herself, and it gave me so much joy whenever she was doing that. Oh my god, what the fuck? Like it was very, very funny because there's something like extra funny about seeing someone who English isn't their first language doing like a Valley Girl accent, I feel like, because I don't know, it just like adds another layer to it, and she was quite good at it as well, but it was very funny. I had forgotten about that until now, but yeah, very good. Okay, so we got the picture. I feel like that could be her. Now the question is, if this is Lucy Lang, maybe it's actually just that. Okay, hang on. Is there any Lucy in here, or what her other name was, which I've already forgotten? We gotta go through these names constantly and see if we find any, because like if at any point, I don't think so, right? Because those seems like pretty modern images, and she was in university, so I don't think she's gonna be here. Susan Ford, blah blah blah. Just scanning through here. Linda Lewis, Lisa Lewis, Gwyneth Madsen, Susan Ford. Yeah, no, nothing going on here. That's fine. Anyway, very good. And she grew up as Min Lang. So Lucy Lang equals Min Lang, daughter of Lang, Jin Yao Lang, daughter of Jin Yao Lang. Oh my gosh. Okay, where were we before all of this? So we're doing Team Talonclaw. We might as well Google Jaya Patel while we're here. I mean, we just got to keep going down the rabbit holes. Nope. Is Jaya Patel on the Herald? Nah, okay. I don't think any of this is going to matter anymore. Gin Tonics, Soprano, doesn't seem to be much else. She performs as a solo, Like the Wind. We're featured on a CD compilation called Boca. It doesn't seem relevant to your search. Okay, well, great. Maybe someday. Very good. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's nothing. And once again, do this. Lead synergy engineer. Ranked one of the top. Well, I mean, maybe we look it up in Business Watch then. SSU is a company that other companies hire as consultants to increase productivity. It's unclear the exact services. Okay, just in case, Business Watch. Article about consultants that corporations hire. Each person featured in the article has a small bio section. She grew up in a small Arkansas town, the oldest of 4 children. She's only the second person in her family to have ever left the state. She earned her degree from prestigious New York University, started as a junior associate engineer, now she's 32, leads also one of the top facilities in the US. The direct result of the company, over 200 in position part of it. I don't think this is her. I think she's a red herring. So it's got to be the first girl. It's got to be the one from Team Talonclaw. Especially since we got a picture of her. That's also like very helpful. Okay. Oh, I'm a little dizzy. Hold on. Okay. Han Junwei, Lang Jinyao, Lang Tai. Yeah. Okay. Lang Tai Textile Corporation. So we did this stuff. We did Hongyu. We did Hongbo. All of this goes back to China Roottree. So we did Jinyu, right? We've done Jinyu, right? Yeah, Lang Jinyu. Yes, we have done Jinyu. Yes. Okay. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, we're not done because there was Roottree China, there was Roottree Oz, which I think we went down that rabbit hole completely. But then there was one more Roottree, wasn't there? And that, my friend, was... I don't remember where it was. Was it... Oh, was it in here? Roottrees Legacy. Roottrees Brazil was the other one. Yes. So Roottrees Brazil. Erroneously referred to as Roottrees Brazil, was one of the companies created to manufacture and distribute Roottrees candy. It was developed as part of the Roottrees Everywhere initiative. Don't know what this is. Sometimes also, it's good to highlight things just so that when I go onto this page, I see highlighted words and know I've been here before, which does help. You do a rough translating and find a significant amount of information on it about it. Brazil was the only region in which the caviar-flavored 5 pieces were a hit. The primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos became the location chosen by the Roottrees Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Suarez heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. The factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio do Bordo in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. Okay, I obviously gotta highlight that. The factory was originally built and run, according to the paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brasil, which literally translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists, not much information has ever existed about it, and the Rootrees now run Roottrees Brazil entirely. Okay, we gotta look this up, of course. Translates to Maple Fire. In 1982, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying 2/3 of the production floor, and locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened, but last year, a news special did list this incident, as well as a few others in the small town, as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. Okay. I don't see that being super helpful right now. Roottrees Everywhere was an expansion in the late 1970s and coincided with other large changes at the company and had mixed success. As far as you can tell, the different companies related to it were all formed in very different and sometimes haphazard ways. There's minimal organized information about the history of the expansion itself online, but you glean the following. Roottrees candy has been distributed globally to certain markets and approved by allies as early as the 1940s. This includes places like Canada, Mexico, and select countries in Europe. Roottrees Everywhere involved Rootrees expansion to other major markets. I don't think we've done France yet, so we probably have to look up France. Roottrees France. Okay. Roottrees France was a non-starter. Negotiations broke down pretty late in the process. Was meant to be Tristan Robert, businessman who at one time was in negotiations to take over Roottrees France. He's still alive, and you come across an interview unrelated to Roottrees from a few months ago. It seems that other countries have not been immune to Roottreemania, as he recognized the word Roottrees in one of the questions. It seems the interviewer snuck in a question about his experience with the company at the end of the 70s. It's in French, takes some time to translate. He mentions Guy by first name only, and the tale he tells is quite ugly. Guy, the president of Roottrees, was one of the worst men I have ever met. He approached my wife about having an affair, which she refused. He then kept insisting that this was the best way to celebrate the end of our business contract. I don't think he expected her to say no, and I don't think he thought she would tell me what happened. I punched him in the face and refused to attend another meeting with the man. They lost a lot of money on the deal because not only was he a terrible person, but he was also a terrible businessman. When he died shortly after, it felt like the universe was working things out. I wasn't surprised to learn he had a secret child. He seemed to treat women like collectible pocket monsters. It seems mentioning Pokemon sidetracks the questions a bit, and the interviewer never returns to the subject. Well, is there anything about Pokemon? Oh my gosh! Very good. It's unclear if the franchise will have any lasting presence, or if it will, because this is 1999. And Pokemon was from 96, I think, or something like that. Wait, did it say there? Oh, 97. That's when I was born. It's as old as me. 98 in the US. I think I said 96 because I remembered it was 1 year on the other side of my birth. I couldn't remember which side. It was 98 was what I remembered because 98 was when it was in English. Anyway. I mean, this is great, but it doesn't really actually tell me anything new. It tells me that he cheated on people, which I know. He had affairs. Now, if I go Roottrees Canada, and then like there's also Roottrees Mexico, you know, but I don't think there's any of those. My gosh, man, how much more can I do? Like, I feel like I've been doing a lot here, haven't I? I've been trying, man. I've really been trying. I was really down a good path there, but none of it gave me a single thing that I can actually act on, I feel like. Unless there's something that I haven't been able to piece together, you know? But I really don't know. Who is Robin again? Robin. She was here. Business partner of the Australia. Right. The one from Australia. Patricia. Yeah, okay. Patricia and Joe. Yeah, so Patricia was Guy Hudson's wife, right? Yeah. And she was a bisexual woman. Robin. Man. This is really hard. It is really hard. I have to take... I think I have to take more clues. Because otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting here not doing anything. So, there's a secretary in Piketty Photo 2. Due to the timing... Piketty Photo 2? Due to the timing of Zach's retirement, there's only one person it could be. Hold on. In the... Right, we did have photos, didn't we? So, yeah, that's the secretary. Due to the timing of his retirement. Okay. Because when did Guy Hudson retire? He replaced whatever. Susan Ford. And it's Ernest Madsen. Okay, so Ernest Madsen replaces Guy Hudson here. Susan Ford? Could that be Susan Ford? I mean, it could be, but like... I don't know what else to do with that information. Christine Garland is the only secretary relevant to her... Oh, wait, really? Oh, I'm sorry. Christine Garland? Okay, hang on. Oh, and that's Christine Farrer. Yeah. Okay. So that's her. Right. Well, that's great. Thing is, I still need to lock in 4 more people or whatever. But the thing is, this also reset, which is that's kind of confirming that. I had this confirmed for me. So that's nice of them. But the article from Roottrees Brazil has a lot of information. I know. Trust me. I went through Roottrees Brazil, and it did have a lot of information. Let me go back to it, just in case. Caviar flavored, yes. I guess I could look up like the town. Game designer Jeremy Johnson looked up cities in Brazil. Okay, it's meta. As soon as it gets meta, I know I'm in the wrong place. As soon as it gets meta. Near the municipality of São Bernardo de whatever. It's a real place in Brazil. Great, thank you. I appreciate that. What's next? Did I look up Edson Suarez? Brazilian politician. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. It seems up until 1988, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. The paper tells of a few politicians at the time, including Edson Suarez. Edson is a former mayor of Alvalagos, Brazil. Before politics, he was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. He's put in charge of Alvalagos by the military government in 1973. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of the American businesses to establish new factories, distribution plants, and other business ventures in the area. This had 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Secondly, many locals were forcibly relocated. This did not make him a popular mayor. In what the paper speculates was a move to counteract his unpopularity, his wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. Let me do that. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. He remained in office until 1988, when he was defeated in the first election after the military government was no longer in control. After this election loss, he quickly left the town behind. It's not known where he was gone, but the dissertation even speculated he likely fled to stay alive. Okay, let's try Telerede. Let's try this. Oops, I didn't mean to highlight it. I meant to search it. Telerede is a former television station in Brazil. It came into being in 1970 after a vacuum was created due to the removal of a different network by the hands of Brazilian military dictatorship. You don't have much to go on. Who ran it and when? Well, I know who ran it. Sonia Suarez. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Suarez, who has a mother named Sonia. A young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skills tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of the tales there and learn that there's a common thread is that he's dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Okay. Many stories seem to either ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also other more traditional fan sites that list some other things about him. He's 18, he's a Libra, his favorite food is grilled steak, his mother's name is Sonia. Also seems that Flavio translates to golden haired. Oh, that's useful. Oh, because if we end up... Fuck you. If we end up needing to get a picture of him, we now know he's the golden haired one. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. Oh, well, okay. I will just... There we go. Oh, I wouldn't even describe that as golden. To Natasha, kisses from Brazil, Flavio. Very nice. Well, we've got Flavio and Sonia. Now, who's Ashley York? British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewelry. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been protested by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. Magazines? I'm looking this up. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares. Okay. We're going to look her up. She's in News Time. No, she's going to be in Starlet. Nope, she's going to be in Silver Screen. She's going to be in Teen Blast. There we go. On the cover of Dina First Show. Doesn't lead to any useful information, but another more recent appearance in the text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. It was in Rio for a carnival, and he was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party. Well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called Transmissão Okay. Transmissão is a massive media group run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. Very good. Seems that Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so it has shortened her name to Nia to stand out in the public's eye. According to a history page that focused on her company and vague unsearchable details, Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980 and invested in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she'd just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. She continued to work in television until 1988 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was a perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment and connections. Now her company owns television networks, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. After doing some translating, the page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. Okay, and yeah, I don't think there's going to be anything more about Sonia Alves, but just in case. No relevant results. Very good. And double check. Nia Alves. Yeah, okay. Great. It's a lot of information, but so Sonia Alves equals CEO, and then child is sorry, not Ashley, is Flavio Soares. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh. Okay. Dating Ashley York. Well, this is great. Except I don't know where that fits into all of this. You know? So there's Brazilian people, there's like could this be Flavio? You know? No, but it says they split up. I don't think these two split up, right? Is there any other info on these guys? Interesting. Robin Martin. What do we know about Robin Martin? That's right. I remember that. And we don't have any business watch. Robin Martin sold off her father's assets in 1992, the year after he died. Writer of Business Watch, who was assigned to report on this news, seems to disapprove of this move immensely. does touch on the announcement of who took over the licorice division as well as what became of the Mabel Candy Factory. The entire text seems to be dripping with contempt that someone would be willing to dismantle and gut such a successful company to earn a quick buck. With a dig at Robin's personal life and lack of traditional values, but who am I to judge? Oh wait, she sold it to ensure a better life. Maybe she sold it to ensure a better life for her children. Oh wait, yes, that's right, because of her eggs or whatever. But then there's this. Infidelity and having a child. But that's the only one it could be. So like what the fuck is going on? Gosh darn it, man. Give me some more information on something. Give me some more information on something, please. Was there like a book at some point that I hadn't looked up, you know? For some reason my brain is telling me there was a book at some point. What's Cuba by Cubans? An art book. Oh, I think I looked that up. Cuba. Yeah, I did. I did look it up. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't like that I keep having to go to hints. But I do. Broke ground around Christmas, and you have a photo of Guy looking amorous at the time. Roottrees, Brazil, broke ground around Christmas, and you have a Roottrees, Brazil. Broke down around Christmas. There's a Christmas tree. Yes, there's a Christmas tree. Broke down around Christmas. Is that a secretary? It's hard to tell. Okay. Just wait. Roottrees, Brazil. Okay. Just hold on. It was run by this corporation. That doesn't help. New Brazil Candy Corporation. Okay, nothing. No longer exists. Great. Visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, it has been operating. So they broke ground in early 1979. Early 1979. Which feels like it makes it like here-ish. Are you Robin? But then there was a man there. So like 1979. So I mean, could it be you? So is it you with you? And then this is whoever? Like Edson Suarez. So Edson Suarez is the his wife Sonia. Yeah, so okay, so I'm guessing this is Sonia, which would make her Sonia Alves. Sonia Alves. And she is a CEO dating Edson Suarez, right? And then the child is Flavio Suarez. And he was a what again? He was a something, a model or something. No, he was dating a... No, he was like a news anchor, wasn't he? Yeah, he was a news anchor. Do we have a picture of Flavio somewhere? Flavio Suarez. Let me just go back here. He's a Brazilian newscaster. What's he on? Oh wait, no, we have a picture of him. He was this man, right? So if this is all true, we've got 3 locked in. If this is true. Are you Robin? That would have been great. That would have been really useful. Are you Robin? No. Are you Robin? No. That would have been so good if we'd been able to lock. Can we get a principal here? Are you Susan? Are you Susan? Are you Susan? No. Christine Farrow, yeah. I mean, that seems to make sense. This woman having these children seems to make sense to me. Sonia Alves. Edson Suarez. I mean, this feels like it makes sense to me. This stuff here, I think. But now we need some more help. Sonia Alves' divorce. We also know she has 1 child. She's a woman in the fourth affair. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. No, this is fine. I know. I got that much, dude. You didn't need to tell me that. I know her name is Sonia Alves, and I know that she is the woman in the 4th affair. She's a media mogul? Alright, well, fine, whatever. Any of these pictures matter now? If I just put a bunch of these pictures, around here? Like any of these Susan Ford? Oh my god, that's Susan Ford. Oh, I don't know why, but that's her. Susan Ford. I guess it just like lines up. She was the secretary at the time or whatever, right? Guess that timeline just matches up. Okay. Well, we've got that whole section done, so that's impressive. Oh man. I mean, good on me for that. There's only now one more. Send his mistress, Susie something. Susan Ford. That's where you get that information. Roottrees Brazil. Robin. I feel like Robin is the last one we need stuff on. Like from that, I feel like that's where that's coming from. So like, just reminding myself of Robin Martin. Yeah. Top 100 wealthiest women in the world lists. I mean, wealthy women. Robin Martin. So, I mean, I know she was in here. Who was her father? Her father was what's his name? Martin. We had another Martin. We did have another Martin. I know that. Charles Martin. That's right. Charles Martin. American businesses, with the expansion, did create a bit of a blip in 1978. Charles Martin is met with the legal and leadership teams from Roottrees in late 1977. They came to an agreement and broke ground on a new factory in early 1978. Man, it's been almost an hour since I started playing in this session. That is crazy. The Roottrees company's statement, said to come directly from the president, was brief and a bit awkward. Roottrees is excited to begin a new adventure down under. We're extremely impressed with Charles Martin and feel like the expansion heralds a new era for Roottrees that will last for years to come. Roottrees is founded on family, and Charles' family has also impressed us, especially his daughter Robin. We know she will continue to steer the ship just as Elias Roottrees family continues to do here in the USA. Does that help with anything? You know what? I think I'm okay turning on the search all for periodicals thing. Because, like, okay. Because then I can, because normally I'm just clicking through them all anyway. I get the idea. And I'll still try to, like, go to one specific, and then if it's there, I'll be happy, and if not, then whatever. But, like, doing something like Robin Martin and doing search all, then that saves me a bunch of time, you know? It saves me a ton of time. Charles Martin, new adventure down under. I mean, this is just a joke. I don't think this is gonna tell me anything. And then, I mean, if I just search like Roottrees Brazil here, does that? Yeah, it just gives me the same thing, right? Roottrees Oz. Yeah, that's just telling me that stuff. Oh, and then Butler County Times. Uh-huh. Under the umbrella of Roottrees leadership. And I mean, this doesn't have anything, right? Nothing there. Okay. Okay. Going back to Roottrees Oz. Death of Martin. Roottrees Oz now serves as importer and distributor. Charles Martin. What was Martin's licorice bullets? I don't think we've looked this up, have we? It's nothing? It's nothing. That's just nothing? Come on, man. I'm struggling again. What info have we got? You can fill in another guy's infidelities now? Yeah, can I? Lang Jinyu only had one child, and there's no indication of her ever being married. What? Where do we, like, I've been learning about the Langs, right? Where do we get information that Lang is the... I thought Robin... What? Jinyu Lang, CEO of Lang Tai. I mean, yeah, but I guess I thought this made sense to be her, but Jinyu Lang. So Jinyu Lang is you, and then we have Lang. Wait, no, you. What the fuck? It's not Lucy Lang. What's her name? Min Lang. I think she's a college student, and I believe this is her. Great. So I've got all of them. Okay, great. What else have we got? The Billy Sims incident might have been covered in other sources. Okay, let me double check the Billy Sims. All right. Billy Sims. Principal had his 15 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine. Pretty much every news organization seems to have their own take. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention. It was Billy Sims' matter-of-fact response to the threat. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "Alright, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clementine tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. Security arrived. The recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And he said, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Very nice. Sandstone Canyon High School is also interesting. I don't know if this helps at all. Okay. Let's search that. Okay, then we'll search Billy Sims here. There's a lot of them. Okay. Great. An article slightly longer about the Billy Sims incident. It appeared in the paper before because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question. And they were already familiar with him. It mentions our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyway. Just hang on. I just need to quickly remind myself. So this is this, right? This whole situation. Security guard recognizes him. What will Croc get up to next? Yeah, our good friend Croc Clementine. Piketty. Kind of sleazy. They're not afraid to publish a few details that more reputable news publications normally wouldn't. Was once arrested for throwing Molotov cocktails at a company that was found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Tostarito Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Piketty interviewed other students that were at the event to find out if they knew anything, and the word going around was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating that night. Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary... Okay, so Mary Clementine. There's a Mary Clementine. I need to move these onto page 3. And I'll move page 3 up to there. Okay. I guess we look up... Well, yeah. Let me just do this. Okay, good. Let's look up Tostarito Jacobson. Fuegas Fiesta, a regional Mexican fast food chain, held a competition, offered free meals to anyone that changed their name to Tostarito. Tostarito Jacobson used to be named Lucinda. Lucinda Jacobson. Okay, do we have Jacobsons? I feel like that name sounds kind of familiar to me, but I don't know if that's true. Hughes Jacobson. I don't see any Jacobsons. Lucinda Jacobson posted Mark Clementine's bail. Okay. Now, where were we? We were here. Mary Clementine. Nothing on Mary Clementine anywhere. Can she be Googled? Nope. No. Oh, hang on. You might be Mary Webb. Yeah, Mary Webb. A Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights and cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and in specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entries, she talks about the trip she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. There's also pictures of ships, hotels, and landmarks and places she's visited, as well as a picture of Mary herself with the ship in the background. One of her diary entries actually mentions the day the photos were taken. She was allowed onto the ship in Port de San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. Photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Wonderful. Oh, she's pretty. Okay. Great. Corporate composition photography is listed on the top left. Let's look it up. Photography studio that was listed on a few different sites for businesses in San Diego. It seems to have been possible to hire them to take professional quality photos for business of all sorts. It no longer exists. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems like the site is a personal page of a member of an IRC photo shadow. They have archives of logs that they've been saving. One of them was from 1996 when Val, the former head photographer from Corporate Composition Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures from promotional materials and print ads. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but generally go over your head. One of the questions, however, mentions that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down to the person running the Q&A, who said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalist days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Okay. Alright. Val. Archives of logs even saved. Okay. Alright, great. So, Mary Webb is one of these daughters. Val? There is a Val. There's like straight up just a Val here. Could this be Mary Webb? And she's a, I don't know, a blogger? What is she? She's a... Oh, she's a travel agent. Right. Can I get a last name? Val. I don't think we have a last name. That's fine. Whatever. Could that be possible, or should it have locked in by now? No, it doesn't have to have locked in by now. Did they have a child anywhere? Mary Webb, are you on the web? You're not on the web. Well, is it, if I search up web on the web, is that, no, okay. And just double check that web on the web isn't here. A travel agency, spiritual vacations. Okay, great. Paranormal travel agency. I mean, let's also just in case look this up. Okay, no. I don't even know if that one's her or if this one's her. I mean, it's I just kind of assumed she was dating the photographer, but I don't know that. So, where were we? We were, so, Clementine was approaching the stage trying to avoid the guard. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, because her daughter was walking the stage at the high school graduation. Okay, that's fine. So Piketty. I mean, is Tostorito Jacobson, do you show up anywhere around here? In any of these? Lucinda Jacobson. Ah. Crime Blotter article about Edith Jacobson also mentions a Helen Roottrees and a Lucinda Jacobson. Oh. Okay, hold on. Where is this in the tree? Because I don't really remember this. Christina Rootree, Miracle, Tessa, Gwyn. So we're looking for a Helen Rootree. Do we have a Helen Rootree? Not there. Not anywhere around there. Doesn't seem like it. So I don't remember where this comes from. Anna Rootree was quoted as saying, Jesus forgives and so do I. Oh, hang on. Oh, wasn't that on this side of things? Helen Lennon. Yeah, okay. Helen Lennon. Edith Jacobson. That's right. So there's where Edith Jacobson is. So, and Lucinda Jacobson. So her sister. So that's Edith's sister. Right. So her sister. I don't know why that matters. Is this just like a fun little extra thing? Like she ended up changing her name to Tortellini or whatever. And that's just a funny, just a funny joke. Very well could be. Very well could be. We're like actually kind of running out of clues in a lot of these places, you know? So Mark Clementine has 2 daughters, yes. Helped her younger sister have a child. That was Jinyu Lang helped her younger sister have a child. But, so, hang on. But this is Jinyu Lang. Yeah, it doesn't matter what she did with her sister. Because it, like, she wasn't the child of Guy Hudson. So it doesn't, her family, the rest of her family don't matter. I think. Is what I'm getting from this. Gwyneth Madsen. So we've gotten all of these. I'd love to find out more about Susan Ford. Susan Ford and Thomas Hughes, but I don't know how much we're gonna find. So we got nothing there. We got nothing there. We got nothing there. And we have this. Grandorf Dove or whatever. After he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. There was one arrest. Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the introduction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. According to the report's investigation, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail. Thomas Hughes and the Hudson Wing have all avoided further appearances. Did I get anything from the Hudson Wing? It's an insistence of an employee of Roottrees at the time. She learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. The Hudson Wing. And there's nothing about the Hudson Wing anywhere else. Doesn't look like it. Oh my gosh. I'm hitting dead end after dead end. Val mentioned a curious acronym. Did he? Nor does he wish to talk about LBP. Lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure, Louisiana Board of Pharmacy, Long Beach, Pennsylvania. Oh my gosh, okay. What is it most likely? What is it most likely? So what was his words? Oh my gosh. I wish when I clicked back, it would actually go back to the most recent thing I was on. So corporate composition photography. About Iraq. Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. So his photojournalism days, or LBP, luxury bridal photography. Photography business, which is a good start. It looks like it's located in Ireland. It's unlikely that that's what you're looking for. Great. Can you... Jeez, man. The Lexington business... Oh, Lincoln baby photography, maybe? Because I'm just thinking this is like photography stuff. Here we go. Lincoln baby photography seems like a solid lead. As I mentioned, it's a Val, an award-winning photographer on the page. It's a business in Beacon, New York. On the side, it has a picture of a baby and a camera captioned with Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. Cam Lincoln reaching for his namesake. I guess he takes after his father, Val. It says copyright 1998 to 1999. So, where did I have Val? Val was there. Okay. Okay, Cam Lincoln. So you should be Cam Lincoln. You should be Lincoln, I imagine. Otherwise, where the fuck would that name have come from? Val Lincoln. I think you are a baby. And I think that is you, right? Reaching for his namesake. Guess he takes after his father. Well, hang on. When did this happen? 1998 to 90. Yeah, so it should be now. He's a baby. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 4 things theoretically locked in. Unless you count this baby as a photographer. Nope. So something here is wrong. Lang. Hang on. Lucy Lang. She's mentioned on the robotics website of Team Talonclaw. So, Team Talonclaw, that's a university. I think she's still... I think she's still part of that unless... Team Talonclaw. Shut up. Shut up. Search all. She grew up... Came to the US to university. Southern Belle. Loves linguistics. What does it say on here? Did it give her a title somewhere here? Obsessed with hydraulics. Collecting accents. Switching between accents. Yes, yes, yes. I thought... Okay. And then, like, Jinyu Yang, Mary Webb. I think this all makes sense, right? Doesn't it? Does this not all match up really nicely? Aren't I a genius? Is she not a CEO? So, hang on. Let me go Jinyu Lang again. Where is she? She runs a business. Textile factories. Female entrepreneurs. I don't think they would have entrepreneur in here, right? No, they don't. Manufacturing? Is she retired? There's no retired. Because I think if you retire, it just counts as, you know. Is she in construction? She probably can drive a car. Can that count? Mechanic? No. Media mogul? No, I mean, I thought CEO was a fine title for her. So maybe it is. Maybe she's a CEO. She's got to be a college student. He's got to be a baby. You'd think. She's got to be a travel agent, I'd think. Now that you have Val's last name, you can find some new information. What? Oh, just... Are you saying look up Val Lincoln? Is Valerie Lincoln a realtor in Michigan? Between Valerie and the Roottrees. I mean, I don't think that helps. Valerie Lincoln. What about just Val Lincoln? No? I mean... Can I find out any more information now that I know? What about Cam Lincoln? No, because of course, like, why would Cam Lincoln pop up anywhere here? Because Cam Lincoln's a fucking baby. What else? I know! Lincoln baby photography, I know. Corporate composition photography. It's mentioned that Val was featured in a magazine. Huh? Oh my god. Did a Q&A. Sorry? Oh. On the cover of Telephoto? Is Telephoto a magazine? Val Lincoln. It's a magazine. Okay, hang on, but this is dangerous now. Is Val Lincoln actually... Wait. Okay, hold on. Telephoto focuses on the photos of Val Lincoln, a photographer who went overseas during the Desert Storm. He won the Sepia Award for photojournalism specifically for the photo on the cover. Val got... Is he a trans man? I'm just trying to figure out what's happening here. Val got his start in high school when he took a photography class because, in his own words, he couldn't decide what else to do and thought it would be the best career in the world to shoot for Playboy. But he quickly found he had a knack for it and began to skip lunch and his free period to spend more time in the darkroom. After graduating, he tried to pivot to landscape photography, but didn't have any passion for it. I work much better when I'm trying to tell a story of a person or an object. He got lucky when a photographer mentor of his who was going overseas to cover the war decided to take a chance on him. Most people wouldn't call it lucky to go to an active war zone for no pay, but he bought my plane tickets, all my meals, and even pulled some strings so we could rush my passport. For someone that had never had a real job or even California, it was a hell of a break. Val was only 19 at the time and shot the photo that won him an award the third night he was there. The photo depicts Lisa Clementine, who lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. Let me just make sure I'm on page 3 before I highlight this. Lost an arm in Operation Desert Saber. According to the article, women were not subject to direct combat. Lisa was in a vehicle at the time. The vehicle had to pull over suddenly when the road ahead was partially destroyed and she and a fellow soldier were severely injured by a landmine. Val says, I ran into Lisa just after her surgery and took this picture. Then, until she shipped out, I kept finding excuses to go back and take more pictures of her. I guess it was fate because that's the photo that won me an award and got me into my magazine and also led to my engagement. Just earlier this week, she agreed to be Mrs. Lincoln. So, in fact, maybe Mary Webb, the travel agent, goes here. And then... instead, what's her name? Lisa Clementine. Wait, but she took the Clementine name? Clementine. Lisa Clementine. Soldier? Like what is it? Oh, military probably. Do you take the name Clementine officially? Oh my god. Okay, I'll take that. I will take that. That was some good things to lock in, but it wasn't... We didn't lock in Lisa Clementine military.
Hey there, it's us. So I just have to say, the work you're doing here is fantastic.
It's embarrassing how many hints you're using.
So fantastic, in fact.
There goes Clark. Always the bad cop. Go ahead.
What's up?
Well, our law firm, Ruby Legal Enterprises, is having trouble keeping up. They're actually begging us to stop submitting new Roottrees. They said it's getting difficult to verify your progress.
Well, consider that a good thing. I told Clark you'd get results.
He says that like I didn't believe her. Regardless, the bad news is it's going to take 5 potential tree additions before anyone locks in from now on. Good luck.
Great.
And keep up the good work.
Well, like, fuck off. I don't care. Okay, so Lisa Clementine, I mean, what else did she do? Was she... Well, not subject to direct... And she was in a vehicle at the time. So, wait, was she a driver? Is that what it is? She was a driver? It just says she was in a vehicle. But also she could have done something else later. We can look her up. And we'll also look up Operation Desert Saber in a bit. We'll look up Operation Desert Saber now. Part of Operation Desert Storm, yeah. Yeah, okay, so nothing really there. Unless... God, I'm just trying to have that to copy so I can go search all. Okay. Lisa Clementine. Okay, I've got that. Great. Managed Lisa just after her surgery. I no longer think Val is a is a trans man. So I mean, maybe that's right. Maybe I've figured it out. I know it still says there's more here. The Sepia Award? What's the Sepia Award for photojournalism? Is that anywhere here? Guess not. And that's not anywhere here. I'm just making sure. I'm just making sure. All right. Well, I did great there. But perhaps I am once again at a dead end. There's only one more clue around here apparently, but U.S. Army, Clementine. But I think the one more clue could just be that she's a driver. Alright. What's next, hint? Tell me where to look next. If you knew her occupation, you could probably place her on the tree. Well, she wasn't... I mean, I know where she goes on the tree. Uh-huh. Who lost an arm? Well, actually, I might be able to look up Lisa Webb. I just realized. She might pop up somewhere as Lisa Webb. Fuck! I thought I might have had that. Oh. Whoa, actually, now she's gonna be Mrs. Lincoln, so she might be Lisa Lincoln. There's so many names she could be. Oh, okay. An amputee lost her limb in Desert Storm. She runs a support group for fellow veterans in Beacon, New York. She makes another appearance listed as a professor at West Point Military College. She's a professor. Aha! At West Point Military College. She teaches classes that contribute to their environmental engineering major. Her short biography on the staff page mentions she had a passion for military from a very young age due to erroneously believing that a family member was an Air Force pilot. While she later learned that to be untrue, her passion remained. She joined ROTC in high school. From there, she enlisted. After returning, she... Okay, great. Anything come up when I just search West Point? I don't think it matters, but... Okay, great. Alright, where do I go next? I've figured out who and what she is and what she does. Grandorf Dove. I hate this. I hate this. I hate Grandorf Dove. I mean, I don't hate it because that seems bad to say. I don't hate it for the reasons that it seems like I might hate it, which is it being a school for the deaf. I hate it because it's hard to find stuff in it. I mean, I keep looking at this. The school changed its name. Yeah, I know. Didn't I look up its changed name? Formerly Grandorf Dove. It was formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf Dove was the last name of the founder. Should I search the Grandorf School for Deaf? Oh my gosh, that's what I had to have searched. Has made a few odd appearances here and there in the Butler County Times since 1990. Not too many things, not too many that you can't look at all of them. And so after scrolling through a few pages, you managed to find something incredibly useful in an article that isn't even focused on the school itself. Local students provides key evidence in scientific study. The article from March of the year 1999 mentions that the Ford sisters, who attended public school, in Butler County, are one of a handful of identical twins in the world who suffer from two different genetic issues. One of them has asthma, and the other has a deadly allergy to peanuts. Their mother, Miss Susie Ford, who is principal at the nearby Grandorf School for the Deaf, was originally contacted by researchers looking to identify if there were any sets of twins where one was born deaf and the other was not. Well, she didn't have any twins attending her school. She asked if her daughters, Melissa and Heather, that's useful, Melissa and Heather, could be useful, and it turns out they were. She says they couldn't be more different. My youngest, we all call her that even though it's only by 15 minutes, is shy, but essentially hasn't stopped running from the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the soccer field, but she's a definition of an extrovert, and is even performing a local production of Is There Life After High School later this year. Picture of the girls added to your evidence. Okay, so these are the twins. Twin on the left is holding an inhaler and the twin on the right is holding an EpiPen. That's to know how which one is which one's which. So asthma is the younger one. So yeah, well, one of them is Melissa, one of them is Heather, and then the younger one is the one with asthma, and the one with asthma is the one in the colorful shirt. So the younger one is the one in the colorful shirt, and so youngest will go on the right. So there we go. Ford. So I'm gonna say you're Heather, and I'm gonna say you are Melissa. Ford, although they're called the Ford sisters, right? So I think Thomas Hughes took her name. And then I think they're just students, right? K to 12. Student, K to 12. If that's the case, we would have 3 locked in out of 5 that we would need to lock in. Is it Melissa and Heather, or is it Heather and Melissa? Melissa and Heather. Melissa, Heather, but I mean, it's impossible to tell which one was which. I guess I'll search Melissa Ford. I can also search the Ford sisters, probably. The Ford sisters. Okay, that's that. Great. Great. Can I look up is there life after high school? It's a musical, it's quite obscure. Performed by small theatre groups. Is in musical theatre for 4 years of high school. Thank you, Jeremy Johnson. There's one song from it that has passed its popularity. The rest of the musical called The Kid Inside. Great. It's just this. The key word in that was local. So, okay, I get it. You're telling me to search it in periodicals. Including a Heather Ford. There you go. So Heather Ford is the younger one. So yeah, that's Heather Ford. Yeah, great. Hey, we got it. I got it right. Wait, hang on. My youngest is shy, hasn't stopped running the moment she learned to scamper. Asthma has kept her sister off the Scottish field, but okay, so no, the sister, Heather is the one with asthma. Yes. Yeah, Heather's the one with asthma. Melissa's the one, but Melissa's the youngest. So we actually switch this around. Melissa Ford, and this is gonna be Heather Ford. That's the way. That right there is the way. Okay. Well, what next? The Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday, but that was short-lived. You want information on events before the merger? All of this stuff is stuff I remember looking into and couldn't find anything. Was the outcome of merging 2 smaller papers. Miami Sunday. The Miami Mercury Sunday was a newspaper. So, hang on. What did this hint just say? It just said the Miami Sunday merged into the Miami Mercury Sunday on events from before the merger. Is there just like Mercury? Or is there the Mercury Sunday? The Mercury Sunday? Like, just Mercury? Anything in Mercury? Miami Sunday. Nope. Miami dash Mercury Sunday. Was that how it was spelled? No, sorry. Miami space Mercury Sunday. But nothing there. Oh my gosh. Small website about quirky printing history facts I mentioned was the outcome of merging 2 smaller failing newspapers. One larger failing newspaper, which is only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way that they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. I mean, Mercury Sunday. Because it was called the Miami Sunday, right? Wait. The Mercury. Why? Hang on. I think I'm on to something here. But I just need to find why we were searching for the Miami Mercury whatever. Because if I can find why, this. I think we figured this out. But where was it? I could search for it, but I don't want to search for it because if I search for it... Oh, well, no, it's here now. That doesn't help. Why were we looking up the Miami Sunday? Like, where did it come from? I wish I could remember. Wait, maybe it's in my notes here. That's the whole point of me doing this shit. Let's look. Please let it be here somewhere, please. I need this. I need to find the Miami Print Museum, Okay, so you come across a website. One of the exhibits is in their courtyard, includes a fountain of a statue of an unknown author. Printing press used by the Miami Sunday. The Bocadoro Library. I mean, another is a printing press. I mean, that's not gonna do anything. Statue of an unknown author. Have I searched the Miami Print Museum in here? What's the thing that I got from it? It was the statue by an unknown author, right? Library statue. So, what if I search Bess Williams or whatever here? No? I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Maybe something about the hyphenated name can give you a clue. The Miami Mercury Sunday was created from 2 different papers. You already know one is a dead end, but what about the other one? Yes, I know. Search for the Miami Mercury. I did every other combination, didn't I? The Miami Mercury. I did every other combination. Oh my god. Fuck me, man. Fuck me. Absolutely fuck me. Bess Williams. There we go. Had an article about Bess Williams section in the Bocadoro Library when it was being built in 1928. It mentions that Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. Okay. Also had a later mention from 1949, last year that the paper existed, about a bidding war for a planned expansion of the library in 1950. The bidding was won by Wildcat Construction and included a new statue. Fuck you. Included a new statue, fountain in a second room that would double its shelf count. Okay. Oh my god, it's been almost 2 hours since I started recording. I need to check something. Okay, I still have time. Although I should probably stop playing this in a second. Wildcat Construction. Great. That didn't seem to help. Oh, okay. It was also mentioned earlier, Constructing a Better World. Frank Wildcat Williams left Florida in 1941 in a construction worker and returned a hero. He won the Navy Cross for his bravery and sacrifice, having carried a fellow soldier to safety under heavy Nazi fire. Now he and his wife Ophelia are carrying his fellow soldiers through tough times at home. Wildcat Construction is Frank's company, focused on creating opportunities for soldiers finding difficulty getting back to normal. Ophelia handled outreach to wives of local veterans who were often able to provide insight into their husbands' needs and conditions. She has, though, such outreach, found 13 veterans of the war to serve as Frank's employees. The community support has been unendingly, overwhelmingly positive. It has gotten to the point where if Frank bids on a project, other local companies have decided to step back and let his soldiers handle it. This has been a bit of a sore spot for local politicians and business owners, as the bids are often not as low as they expected. Problem for them is that essentially Frank has a selective monopoly, but any attempt to circumvent it has caused an uproar and accusations of being un-American. Uncertain what will become of cat construction, but at least for now, we're rooting for them. Okay, let's just Google him as well in case there's extra information. There is. Awarded a Navy Cross Medal in World War II. Struck in an arm with a bullet. He died in 1996 in a retirement community in Sweetwater, Florida. An obituary on the website, local news channel that was written in his survivor family also says died of his personal life. He grew up an orphan because his family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. After the war, he ran a construction company that mainly hired World War II veterans and did a lot of jobs in and around the greater Miami area. He was a born joker and a shining light to those veterans who needed it most. And Anecdote mentions he used to insist he marry his wife Ophelia as a matter of courtesy and convenience. She wouldn't have to change her last name. That's good. A photo was attached of Frank in his youth juggling hammers in front of one of the construction sites he was often known to do, according to the article. He is survived by Ophelia as well as his daughters, Barb, and Sharon Williams. Okay, so this is a man who married Ophelia, Barb and Sharon Williams. So Ophelia Williams, but then there's also Bess Williams. Is Bess Williams just an alternate name, like a fake name? No, you know what I'm talking about. So maybe someone died. They didn't split up. Maybe Ophelia. Maybe this is like Ophelia Williams. Who we don't have a picture of, but maybe that's her. I don't know. And so maybe this is, what's his name? Frank Williams. No. Ophelia. We don't know what her last name is. We don't know what her last name is. But Ophelia something. And then he might have been Frank Williams. And then they had the two daughters. Let's just get rid of this. But one was one daughter and one was the other. Barb and Sharon Williams. So let's just, for now, we can swap them around. But Barbara Williams and Sharon Williams. Right? And then like maybe this is Bess. No. Maybe this is Bess Williams? Is Bess still a name in here? It is. So like what if this is Bess Williams? She was an author. And she had a face like this. I don't know. How many have we've got 4 in right now? So anyway. I should come back to this. Later. Because I have been recording for a while and I have to rest up before I record an important video soon. So okay, hi, welcome back. I recorded all those important videos. It's much later in the night, and I have to stop doing this in less than an hour. So I have like 50 minutes to play this game right now. I don't know if I'm gonna make any well, I'm probably gonna use like 40 hints in this time. So I'm sure we are gonna make progress, but it's not gonna be actual progress that I made. Okay, you know what? Let's just Google like some of these names. Do we know a Sharon Williams anywhere? Is there a Sharon Williams anywhere around here? What's the other one? Barbara? Is there a Barb Williams or a Barbara Williams? No. Neither of these places. Oh, Barb Williams is a motivational speaker, and she has a website that explains the services she offers. Her company's address is listed at Coconut Grove, Florida. Flyer has been added to your evidence. Nice. Damn. Okay. Barb Williams advertises her career as a motivational speaker online. Includes 3 different testimonials from Greta Jones, Vic Elmsworth from the Kia Falls Gazette, and Isabel Crosby. Okay, all of that might be might be useful. Is Greta Jones, wasn't she in the whatever? I think she was in the list, but first, Barbara Williams. I know she's not a chef. She's a speaker, a public speaker. Okay, maybe this is Barbara Williams. Barbara Williams, public speaker, and that's her. I was trying to see if one of them would lock in, but are you kidding me? Neither of them locked in. So maybe this isn't them at all. I just thought because there's 2 people there, and that's the only spot that we have like sisters still around. But I think we've got her, and she's not locked in, and we've got them. Unless these 2 aren't students K-12. Melissa Ford, Heather Ford. I mean, what do we have about the Ford sisters? Hang on, what do I have down here? Do I... No, yeah, this was 1999. So this is a high school. Yeah, they're high school students. For sure, because they're twins. Yeah, these 2 are high school students. Unless I swap their pictures. No. No, that's stupid. But you'd think this is locked in. And you'd think... Oh, wait, we need 5, don't we? 1, 2, 3, 4. I just realized we need 5. Okay, so I'm going to put you back as Barbara. And put the other one back as, whatever the other girl's name is. I don't remember anymore. Sharon. I wish we could find out more about Sharon Williams. Now, Isabel Crosby, Superintendent of Benton County. Okay, let's look up Benton County. And Isabel Crosby, according to a flyer on Bob Williams' website, is a superintendent of Benton County. There's a Benton County in 9 different states. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby doesn't lead to anything that seems to fit what you're looking for. Okay, none there. Anything in any of the periodicals? No. It's interesting that, like, but so Benton County is a fake place? Okay. Kikkewa Falls Gazette. Does that exist? Nope. Instead, a man named Chris Elmsworth has invented a small town newspaper as a conceptual art piece. The Kikkewa Falls Gazette is a series of online articles about small restaurants, shows, and other tourist attractions all across the United States. It is presented as a monthly newspaper of small town America. What makes it a bit strange is that amongst the articles detailing real locations and occasional stories that present outlandish, inflammatory concepts in extremely mundane ways. For example, on the homepage right now is an article entitled "Mermaids Strike Back Against Lobster Farms" that using very dry language details the idea that the mermaids in Maine have begun to unionize in support of better benefits. There are no punchlines, and the articles are not marked any differently from the rest. Fortunately, each current issue of the paper is presented on the homepage. There are no archives of older issues. Who is Chris Elmsworth, and why are you making this weird paper? I don't know. I don't know. You don't exist. Okay. Vic Elmsworth. Is Vic's... Well, no. I was Oh no, Vic is a Vic Elmsworth. Okay, never mind. Whatever. I was thinking Val. Okay, next. What was the other one? Greta Jones from the WQTV 12. So let's look here. Unfortunately, as no online web presence whatsoever, you do find it listed on a giant list of television call signs next to the city Springfield under the heading Effingham County. May do a deeper dive on a specific city or state to see if any locals have discussed the news in that area. Mean to do a deeper dive on a specific city or state. Effingham County. One's in Georgia, the other in Illinois. Georgia. Okay. Springfield, Georgia. When you refine your search television in and around Springfield, Georgia, you come across a website that lists different channels available there. This seems to only feature broadcasts with female news anchors. The person who runs the website has ranked 3 categories. One of the entries is Channel 12. The news anchor listed is Greta Flores. Okay. Greta Flores is a news anchor who apparently used to go by Greta Jones before her divorce. Compared to the ordeal that you've gone through to simply figure out her current name, it's way easier than you expect to find that she has a website of her accomplishments. The MC for an all-female speaking tour in 1977. The tour was called Storytellers of Sisterhood, the Mothers and Daughters of Earth. You can do a search for it, and it seems some of the story... Oh, you do a search for it. It seems some of the stories were compiled into a book, simply titled The 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Ayla Hale. Okay, this is an anthology of stories told on a few different Storytellers of Sisterhood tour. It contains direct transcripts of the most well-received stories told on stage. Ayla Hale was the editor, not the sole author. One of the stories, by Bob Williams, has been added to your evidence. By Bob Williams, huh? Bob Williams had the transcript of a story she told on stage published in a book. First parts of her story focuses on 2 16-year-old girls. My sister Sherry was a brat. So Sherry is Sharon, I'm guessing. Always sulking, often disobedient, never on time. She borrowed things without asking and even ran away from home, only to sneak back the next day like nothing had changed. My daughter Sharon, on the other hand, was a beautiful person. My sister Sherry, my daughter Sharon. Wait, okay, I'll just keep going for now. She had excellent marks in school, was intensely artistic and creative, and even volunteered to an animal rescue. She continues to tell the story of 2 girls until she shifts the narrative. What was the difference between Sherry the brat and Sharon the beauty? Is it nature, nurture, a better education, different opportunities? The answer is nothing. There was no difference because my sister and my daughter are the same girl. Barb reveals that her daughter was a result of an unexpected pregnancy when she was only 15. I met a boy at a county fair. Unlike us, he lived in a nice part of town. He went to a good school, what the fuck is going on? He went to a good school, to a teenage girl. It felt like a fairy tale, but there were boxes all over his house. He was moving in 3 days. Those 3 days were heaven to me. The final night, he surprised me. He told me he could actually see me again soon. He planned to return to visit his grandparents. I thought I was giving him a reason to keep his promise. I never saw him again, and when I finally got desperate enough to ask around, a friend of a friend told me he hadn't even given me his real last name. Bob also talks about when she found out she was pregnant. I was convinced my life was over, but my parents, they took charge. I had to live at home, work a part-time job, but they removed the burden of motherhood. I managed to scrape out a degree in English, and as far as my daughter was concerned, I was her much older sister. Bob uses the story to come to a conclusion. When I was younger, I thought my sister was a brat. And I wasn't wrong, but she ran away from home to work at that animal shelter. She borrowed my clothes for presentations at school. And her creativity allows her to open up Sherry's hair. Okay. It always took me far too long to realize that beauty was always there too. Excuse me. In fact, the brat and the beauty exist in all of us. It was my inner brat that kept me blind to the truth. I'd like to say it's the beauty in me that's finally able to see what I was missing. I implore you to call upon the beauties in yourself whenever that brat tries to take hold. Jesus! Okay, so Sharon... So, this may not be the case. I had thought... God... I had thought that this needs to be Ophelia and Frank Williams. But in fact... Well... But there's still problems here. Oh, unless this is... Unless this here is Sharon. Are you... God... I don't know, man. Because, like, what if you're Frank Williams? What if you're Sharon Williams? Shelter, animal something? How do I... What is it under? Is it under pet something? What does it say? She ran away to work at that animal shelter. And then she opened up Sherry's hair. Okay, so she's a hairdresser. A hairdresser. But, like, I don't know if that's Sharon, or if this is Sharon, or if this is... Because she's got to be a mother. Oh my god, this is so... So is... I feel like this might be Sharon. I feel like... Are you? Not Sharon, you might be, freaking Barb. Barbara Williams. Public speaker. And then you would be Sharon Williams. And you're a hairdresser. And I mean, do I have a picture from Sherry's hair? Like, I feel like I need some of this stuff to confirm names. Because if we can't confirm names, I don't know what to do. Owner of the business is Sherry. What the fuck? Yastremski. Sherry has a large van, and on weekends you can bring in the style of Brittany, Christina, or even Rachel to your door. The About Sherry section is very, very long, presented as a paragraph with multiple run-on sentences and no pictures. You get the sense if she were to do your hair, she'd be doing a lot of talking. It mentions that her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. Pete, okay. So her husband, Pete, was her late husband's college roommate. She and he never had spent any significant time together until she became a widow, and they built the charity together. They left the charity behind because it was growing beyond their ability to run it. She also brags about her kids, Tony, Mark, and Cricket. That's 3 kids. Her oldest, Tony, seems to get the short end of the stick. He's too visited a consciousness that now that he's oldest, straight A student. Mark, on the other hand, has multiple baseball accomplishments listed. Apparently his little league is nationally recognized. Cricket York is near the end, and has an entire section dedicated to her. She's an actress on a local television show called Library, and the reason Sherry relocated from Miami to Orlando. Sherry, in addition to being hireable to come do, is a stylist for the show. The passage also mentions that Adriel recommended she change her last name to York since it was easy to pronounce. The rest of the section describes how she got to that part, but it seems unimportant to your search. York. So her name would be then Sherry York, that I could possibly look up. Let's also look this up. Library. Oh, I got a picture. Okay. Promotional shot of Cricket York. Okay. So that's Cricket York. I mean, is that one of these two? So the youngest is on the right? Let's say that you're Cricket York, but it's not actually York. It's Yastremski, and you're actually a kid. You're a student, K to 12. Maybe your last name is York. I don't know, man. It's really, really difficult. It's really fucking difficult. Unless this is Cricket York down here. Cricket Yastremski. You're a student from K to 12. But all of this seems very difficult. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's so much stuff to read. Library is a children's show filmed in Orlando, Florida. It's been on the air since 1991. In the show, multiple adults and children interact with different animal puppets in a small town called Library. Unlike some of the other popular shows with non-human performance, this one isn't funded by the public. Instead, it's paid for by donations to businesses. This includes textbook manufacturers like them, tutoring companies such as Educate to You is what that says, and a few well-known publishers of picture books. From what you can find, it's syndicated in a few markets across the southern United States and in New Hampshire for some reason. Like most other children's entertainment, many of those that grew up with it tend to have fond memories. That works in your favor. I just need to try to make sure the air conditioner is on right now. Oh, it's on, but it wasn't like actually on. Like it was on, but it had 0% power going into my room. That works in your favor because the show's been documented by a few fan sites. There's a web ring. You click the site in the ring and find out that Cricket York joined the cast in 1997 at the age of 5. So she's 7 these days. And is still listed as a current cast member. Great. Okay. Now, is there a Tony York? And why are there 3 kids? Is there a Mark York? Actually, 3 kids would make sense here. Okay, hang on. No, this does make sense. This does make sense. Her oldest is Tony. Wait. No. Yeah, her oldest is Tony. How does this work, though? This went down the list. So, I mean, this is the oldest from this marriage. So, you are Tony. Hello? Oh, it's probably Anthony, I imagine. And then, like, whatever that child was. You're theoretically Barbara Williams. This is all impossible. Freaking hell, dude. Like, are you... Is this Frank Williams here? Hence the kid. I don't know what Frank Williams is. He worked on a construction site. Construction. Oh, thank goodness. Thank God. Okay. Okay, we're figuring this out. We're locking some things in. Oh. Okay. Okay. I'm really glad to see some of that stuff locked in. So all of this is locked in. Frank Williams, then that's Barbara Williams. Great. I'm so glad that happened. So this, I'm pretty confident this is Sharon Williams now. And then one of these two is a Pete. I don't know I don't know if this is like Pete Yachemsky or whatever. Peter Yachemsky, I guess. And I don't know who you're first. Okay, no, I'm feeling a bit better about this because I feel like we're way more on track these days. Could you be Anthony Williams? Could you be some other Anthony? I don't know. And then there's Mark as well. So Mark, I'm just gonna have Williams here for now because I don't know their actual name. And then you're Sharon Williams, and then someone else. Sherry, Brittany, Christina, or Rachel to your door. Husband Pete. I mean, we're making some real progress now. This is great. Greta Jones. It says 4 there, but then when I click out here, it still says 4. It is 4. Wow. Jesus. The Beauty and the Brat. So there's still more here. My sister Sherry was a brat. Her daughter, unexpected pregnancy when she was 15. Okay. So Frank Williams is then the son of Elias Roottree and I guess someone named Williams. No, maybe not. I guess not. Not necessarily, I suppose. But like Elizabeth Williams, is there an Elizabeth Williams somewhere? You know? Elizabeth Williams. No? Let's just make sure that we don't have any. Okay. What sort of people do we have in the company records we're done with, by the looks of it? There's Elizabeth Cravensworth there. Yes. Yeah, man. I don't know. Okay. We gotta look up some other things. Gotta look this up. They were in the news last year. Schools were complaining that the 2 editions seemed remarkably similar. They were charging almost double for the new ones. News program announced between the 2 books there were 16 total changes. The most notable was that the cover was changed from a picture of a water droplet creating concentric rings on a lake to a close-up of a feather. We're all changing 4th to 5th. The other 15 instances were all changing 4th to 5th. Geometrical problem where the book asks the student to calculate the 5th side of a rect. That's so fucking good. The writer of this game is so funny. That's really funny because that means they literally just like Control F, find and replaced every instance of 4th and changed it to 5th. That's so good. Wow. I like that. That was worth looking up just for the little joke. And then Educate to You is a tutoring service. They have a deal with the library. Features some of the actors. Accordingly, they actually provide tutoring for all the actors and actresses on the show to accommodate their shooting schedules. Included is Cricket York, who seems in a photo labeled Cricket and her brothers, ready to learn. Yes, good. You don't find much about Educate to You, except there seems to be a subsection of the library who are deeply unsettled by the company's logo, which would appear after the credits of each episode. One writes, I was terrified of the little girl in the Educate to You logo. She looked like some kind of demon doll, and I'd race to the TV every day to switch it out before her creepy laugh came on. Can I see it? Is that the logo? Damn. Okay. They all look like kids. So, in fact, I'm imagining well, okay, we've got another cricket. And then I imagine you are Anthony and you are Mark, I'm guessing. And I'm guessing you're a student as well, K to 12. Dude, I mean, we're right at the end here. We are right at the fucking end because we just need a picture of Sharon. We also would like a spouse, but that's like not a big deal if we don't get the spouse, I think. Also, what was the deal with you Ophelia? Your spouse was named Ophelia. I don't know what her last name was, but I think that was the case. So, and I've searched Elizabeth Cravensworth, right? Let me just double check. Elizabeth Cravensworth. And let me just search Beth Cravensworth as well. And once again, let's do search all here. And Beth Cravensworth. Okay. We just had to check. Okay, we just had to check. Now, how much more do we have here to look for? Well, okay, hang on. I think we weren't done. We're maybe done here. Was there something else here? Her husband Pete was her late husband's college roommate. Okay, so, okay. And his name is Pete, whatever that last long name, Peter Yastrzemski. That's really annoying. Peter Yastrzemski. So what I'm gonna do is take that name and go Peter. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Search. Nope. What about just Pete? Really? Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Pete York? Peter York? Nothing? Nothing, nothing, nothing? Okay. College roommate. So, have I just searched Sharon Williams? Yes, I have. I have. Sherry's hair. Sherry Yastrzemski. Yep. Any here? Nope. Library. And then also just go Sherry York. Because don't we also have an Ashley York somewhere? I don't know if that... like, wasn't there an Ashley York like that? Yeah, there was. And she was dating Flavio Suarez. But I don't think this matters for anything. I don't think. But anyway, Sharon had a husband, a spouse of some sort, that died, which is why, yeah, because it said her late husband. And there's really no... Wait, hang on. The Sherry's hair or whatever. What was it called? Yeah, Sherry's hair. Let me just make sure to look this up in periodicals as well. Nothing? Damn it, man. I thought we were onto something there. There's a lot here, apparently. Did we look up Greta Jones? Yes, well, we did. We did. Yeah, we did, because we found Greta Flores, right? And then we found the 25 Stories of Sisterhood by Ayla Hale. And I mean, Ayla Hale I don't think is going to give us anything. Greta Flores I don't think is going to give us anything. We're getting so close to the end, and I don't know where to find the last stuff. I really don't. Because I feel like we looked at all of this stuff. Like, did we not? Bob Williams. So Vic Elmsworth. Have we looked up Vic Elmsworth? If that person exists. It's apparently one of 3 brothers. All 3 of them are contributors to a newspaper called the Kikawa Falls Gazette. He tends to focus more on the southeastern United States. All of his articles are written and archived on the site, including the long-form version of the review. According to Victor, he had seen Barb talk more than once. On this particular occasion, Barb's talk was at a very large church, and it was clear she was an expert at matching the presentation of her concepts for any particular crowd. Because she received a standing ovation, Barb started with a story about loss, specifically loss of a bicyclist who had been hit by a car. She spoke about the death of any person as a darkness in their loved ones, the cold, empty void that begins to creep into a space where there once was light. Because the light could never return to exactly how it was, she says the only option is to nurture new sources of light to help fight back the darkness. Her conclusion was that finding the hidden meanings in tragedy is the most important thing we can do. She used multiple biblical comparisons and finished by looping back around to her initial story about how she personally began to come around to this ideology. The biker who died was her son-in-law, and the Lanes Across America charity was created. I am definitely highlighting that. Lanes Across America charity was created to fill the newfound darkness her daughter experienced. The charity, was the light that began to fill the void, and she was doing everything she could. Okay, so this might help tell us more about Sharon. I want to check something real quick. Did this number go down yet? No, it's still on 4. But this seems helpful. Lanes Across America. Now if we... I hate how it does that. If we go to here... LAA, yes, is a charity focused on adding bike lanes to major cities. Pages and pages of news articles that mention lanes across America, different summaries in them. Was founded in formerly LAM. In 1987 after the death of Drew Smith. Okay, so this is Andrew Smith. That's Andrew Smith. Drew was biking home from work when he was hit by a car. Each year since Lanes Across America has grown, they now have offices in 12 major metropolitan areas, including Miami, where the charity began. Okay. Lanes Across Miami. Because they said it was formerly LAM. And I was trying to figure out what the M was, and then they said that it started in Miami. Oh my gosh. It was formed in 1987. It was founded by Sharon Smith after the death of her husband. Sharon Smith. After the death... Yes, okay, that makes sense. Sharon and some other board members stepped down in 1992, and the current leadership took over. One of the oldest articles is a full uncropped version of the same wedding photo from the LAA website. It seems that after Sharon left LAM, they began to crop her and the rest of the wedding party out of the photo to focus solely on Drew, who was the face of the charity. The full photo has been added. Cool. So I have the cropped photo, which is just of Drew. There we go. And now I have the full photo, which includes our girl, but also, who the fuck are the other people? Are they anyone we know? Could one of them be Peter? Is one of them Barbara? Is that Barbara? This might be Barbara. And then, I mean, could that be Peter? Or is this gonna be John Doe? Oh, I mean, no, he would have been his best man because he was like his roommate or whatever, right? I'm gonna guess that's the case. And also, these two look related. Are you kidding me? Okay, great. Excellent job. Excellent job. So I think we figured this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. We are literally just down to figuring out who the fuck Elizabeth Cravensworth is. Except, why is that still not done? If I search Drew Smith, does anything come up? Nah, not really. Andrew Smith. Okay. So Vic Elmsworth, Lanes Across America. So son-in-law, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And then Isabel Crosby, which this kept leading to a dead end, right? So we couldn't find Isabel Crosby. Then we searched Benton County, and Benton County led us to a flyer on a website. Benton County in 9 different states in the US. There hasn't been a Benton County in Florida since 1850, so you're not sure which one Isabel Crosby comes from. In 9 different states. Well, what are the 9 different states? Can you tell me? Because, I mean, if you tell me them, I could just go through them and try to find it. Miami. Well, no, because Miami's in, like, Florida or something, right? Oh, but it said there hasn't been one in Florida. So I don't know, man. Frustratingly, I'm at a loss. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from the local restaurant called Antenna Nellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. So, because that was I'm trying to remember who that was. Was that Stephen Garland and Christine Farrow? So is Elizabeth Cravensworth actually Elizabeth Farrow? Elizabeth Farrow? No? And no Beth Farrow? We had to check. Because met her daughter. So a caterer from Antonellis met her daughter. So a male caterer met her daughter and eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. That her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. So going back to here, right? Leona Rochelle Zimmer, Christine Garland responded. He was a chef at Antonellis. He's a chef. That's not who we're looking for. Okay. Butler County, how they met. Christine Garland. She met her husband Steve, who is a chef. Wait, is a chef and a caterer? Hey Siri, define the word caterer.
Caterer means a person or company providing food and drink at a social event or other gathering.
Is a chef a caterer? Can I Google that? Is a chef a caterer? No, I don't think so. But maybe? Because if that's the case, it would be Christine. Which doesn't really help me. Because, I mean, there's no Christine Farrow that I know of. And this, I mean... Elias Roottrees. I mean, we got that, and we got this, but, like, neither of them help. I think I'm gonna have to do it. Bess Williams had a child who was orphaned and worked closely with Elias on his book. Bess Williams had a child who's orphaned. Did she? What do I know about Bess Williams? Okay, let's try this again. Bess. Died tragically young. Already notable book. Yeah. And they rebuilt. Yes. Okay, so that was the Boccadoro Library. That's right. And then it told me that stuff. And then Bess Williams, was there much stuff about Bess Williams here? The Miami Mercury had an article about her, which is how I found out about the Bess's young son, now an orphan, was in attendance during the dedication. It later mentioned about a bidding war for a planned expansion. And then we went to Wildcat Construction, which is how we found out about Frank Wildcat Williams. Which was him. So that was Frank Williams. Which I guess... Are you... Maybe they weren't saying Beth. Maybe they were saying Bess. Bess Williams. And she was an author. She wasn't a secretary. I thought I had it. I really did. Oh my gosh. Like, I really, for a second there, I was like, I think we've cracked the case. Sharon Williams remarried her husband's college roommate and had a child, Cricket. Yeah, I know. It's here. Unless, is this the wrong order? No, because Cricket was the younger one. And then Anthony's the older one. Cricket York hinted a name change. I've got that. It's yes, I know it's Yastrzemski. She's an actor. Because she is a kid, but she's an actor. Of course. Well, that's great. Except now it's still... That's actually hasn't... You can fill in Sharon Williams' youngest son. Yeah. Mark likes baseball. Am I swapping these kids around? Okay, hold on. Let me look at these. Okay, so Mark is the one with the yellow shirt. Yeah, so this is Mark. So unless it's actually, I do it like this. You are Mark, and you are Anthony. Did I just have the order wrong? I don't think so. I'm going back. Anthony, Mark, and let's swap their picture. Wait. Yeah, swap their pictures back. What am I missing? Sherry's first husband's surname was Smith. So their last names are probably not Williams. They're probably both Smith. Oh my god, man. Oh my god. Like, there's so many things there that I was just like really, it was really dumb. I should have figured it out. I'm glad I got the Bess Williams eventually. They tricked me. They so tricked me by saying Beth, who's Beth? And then there's an Elizabeth Cravensworth. And that's like one of the secretaries or whatever, or like worked there, one of the office staff. They really tricked me there. All right, well, the last two, I bet you I'm not going to be able to figure out, but let's see.
Hi again. I know you probably thought you were done, but it turns out what you're doing here might have some pretty major repercussions on the family tree.
Again. Also, There's something really strange happening. I can't explain it.
Neither of us can.
I'd call it a simple misunderstanding, but it's digging at the pit of my stomach. I just have a feeling. Clark?
Last week, let's just say being the president, sometimes people bring me things.
Just skip to the important part.
Right. One of our janitors brought me some hair she'd found in Ruby Spratt's trash.
Okay.
It was Bonnie Hudson's. Bonnie is Guy's sister.
Uh-huh.
She'd sent us her hair to test potential Roottrees, since her DNA is closest to Guy's. But Ruby threw it out, and I wasn't sure why she would have done that. Especially right before we began testing the tree you provided. When I asked, she told me she thought the samples needed to be fresh every time they did a test.
It seems really odd. Ruby was the one who convinced us to do DNA testing in the first place. She seemed so knowledgeable. I don't like it. You've done more of a deep dive on these people than anybody else has. Clark will keep a closer eye on the DNA tests from now on. You have an eye for anomalies. We need you to find the smoking guns.
I won't be able
If
to.
there's anyone you're 100% positive can't be a Roottree,
Or any you've got definitive evidence are Roottrees, then we might be able to catch Ruby in a lie.
Okay. What? So, Ruby Spratt, the company's lawyer, was caught throwing the DNA samples from Bonnie Hudson. These intended to be tested to new potential Roottrees. Something didn't sit right with Sam. They're hoping that with your evidence, you could understand the family tree. You could verify which people in the dotted boxes are almost certainly legitimate Roottrees, very unlikely to be legitimate Roottrees, which of them are too ambiguous to make a decision. Additionally, with the suspicion on Ruby Spratt, it's possible some of her behaviors in the past have also been cast into doubt. Oh, shit, man. Oh, fuck, man. Okay, look, these guys were adopted, right? They were adopted. So, you... Oh my god. Oh, this is crazy. So, okay, so Basket Baby. You are not a Roottree because of the Basket Baby. Alright? I'm glad that it's giving us these smoking guns. Alright? Stuart, I believe you are adopted. First visit was a massive success. Hold on. Mary Beth Clementine. Known for her adoptions, yeah. She adopted 2 motherfuckers. You are not a Roottree. Although I guess you could say that she's lying about that. But... I think you're... Or are we gonna say that this is impossible to prove? Because she could have just been lying about it. Man, this is gonna be a disaster. Frank Williams. God, man. 6 pieces. Elizabeth had a daughter. Man, they really tricked us. Oh, God. So yeah, there were 2 Elizabeths, and neither of them were the Beth. But I don't know about that, man. Nice. Roottrees. Frank Wildcat Williams. His family died in a hurricane when he was very young. He could barely remember his mother and had no memory of his father. Okay, so he was an orphan. He's not a Roottrees? This is really difficult, man. And like, what is this? This is saying, oh, there's one more person he had sex with. Oh, God. Okay, David Fellows. I think he is. Didn't they have confirmation? Wasn't that the thing? Is that they had... Okay, hang on. That's his album. That doesn't really help. It's funny that there's still clues that I hadn't found, but I think he was. I can't remember where it is. The Roottrees Rift. Ruby Spratt graduated top of her class from the Mideastern Legal College. Also, is Ruby Spratt... Is she this person? Could this be Ruby Spratt? Lawyer? And then could Ruby have had a child? I'm not certain. Maybe Ruby had a child and then wanted that to be a Roottrees, which is why she's sabotaging all of this. Maybe. James Garland? I can't remember, man. Like, I know Christine Farrow worked for Guy Hudson. That almost certainly happened. But surely we don't have evidence, right? My father was a chef and my mother grew up on a farm. That's how they met. I mean, I think with these two it's impossible to prove. What about Lang Min? There's so many clues I haven't found, but this is the same as last time, where it's like I don't think I can just do this. Jerry and Linda were born in China and fell in love. Linda's father led a large company. The article never names it. Uh-huh. Oh. Okay, so this is saying her daughter, Lang Min. I'm gonna say she is a blood relative. Is it gonna tell me how many of these I got right? Flavio. I mean, like Sonia Alves. Did Sonia Alves, did she work for them at some point? I don't see her, but I got no idea, man. I got absolutely no fucking idea. Oh my gosh. Elizabeth Farrow. I don't even know if I noticed that last time. That's the Elizabeth that was mother of Christine Farrow. Okay. This is impossible. I got no idea. What about these two? Heather, okay, these are twins. And I mean, Guy did some bullshit. One arrest. Was convinced that he was... Mr. Hughes was convinced he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was convinced he's not the father of the pregnancy. So, I think these are also impossible to prove. Aren't they? How many have I got left? Oh my god, we have these motherfuckers? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm gonna say yes because fucking look at her and look at them. I'm gonna say yes to both of these without looking into it. Just based on sight alone. And then I think the last one is this one down here. What do we have about Ruby Spratt? Ruby Spratt grew up in foster care, blah blah blah. A double threat. Let's search all here. Oh my gosh. Unsatisfied with simply earning a place at Mid-Eastern with a full scholarship, went on to earn a captive orders with a perfect GPA. Okay. Local teen making change for foster care system. Grew up in the foster care system, was apparently the valedictorian of her school, and was a Girl Scout who, at the time of the article, was earning her gold award. Chose to raise money for a fountain called Foster Fountain. Okay. Fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Before I do that, let's go here. Didn't have the rights to redistribute the photos in the magazine of Guy Hudson. Pulling the issue. Alright. Actually approached Roottrees. She worked for little money. After looking at the accounts, said trust more carefully than anyone has in the years. Ruby's now in charge. Okay. So what we're gonna look for is the Foster Fountain. I hate when it does that. The Foster Fountain. The Fountain of Youth, also known as Foster Fountain. Website for their Parks and Recreation under a trivia section. Originally conceived by Ruby Spratt. Fountain is unique because it sets special targets that visitors can aim their coins towards. If a coin lands on one of these targets, each of the sponsors' businesses matches it. There's a huge amount of money for each business, but more than 100 businesses have agreed to participate, so each penny becomes $1. That's a cool idea. Alright, so search all for Foster Fountain. Okay, just this one. Is that it, man? Not a root tree. I'm confirming it. Lock it in. I don't know. Are you Ruby Spratt? That might make sense. Where's that picture from? Because I've had that picture for so long. Oh no. I mean, maybe. I don't know. That's too optional. I'm just gonna fucking do it, dude. I'm just gonna do it. Just tell me what everything is. But first, here's the final optional entries you found. None. That's great. Okay, just give me the information. I just want to know the story.
We'll take a look at the tree you filled in.
I can order another DNA test. I'll be sure to have them verify both samples in person.
You did terribly. 1 week later. I'm writing a letter nightly. Now my life gets better every letter that you
Using
write
the
me.
family tree you filled out, as well as DNA tests, we were able to uncover the truth behind all the inconsistencies. Clark's handling the business, but I've come to thank you and fill you in on everything we've learned. Buckle up, because it's been one heck of a week. Actually, that's an understatement. It's not every week you discover your family company is being sabotaged by someone they trusted. That's the kind of time we've been having. Like I said, buckle up. Maybe grab some popcorn. We'll start with Guy Hudson. Guy had a frankly ridiculous number of potential children. What shocked me is how many graduated from potential to confirmed. We can even prove he was aware of them. The smoking gun was how he used company money to pay off a lot of women. He hid it with a method inspired by his idol, Elias. 5-piece flavors. The flavors he was paying to research were ruse. He developed flavors based on the initials of the women he was paying.
Right.
Which was really stupid, considering one of their names started with X.
Right. That's why there's Zigua. Right. That's really clever.
Let's start with Christine. Guy was paying her under the name Caviar, but there were some other clues. James was born 9 months after Zach's party. Christine was there with Guy, and when she got pregnant, she panicked. Steve stepped up. He even turned it into one of his recipe stories. Not all of Guy's affairs led to offspring. He may have slept with Robin Martin, but she didn't have children, so we'll never know. Also, not every child of Guy's affair partners were his. Robert Garland was born after his parents had already moved to Boston.
Right, okay. Right, okay, so one of them is and one of them isn't. Makes sense.
Skipping Beatrice for now. Up next is Lang Xin-yu. When Guy showed up in China, she was into America. And Americans. Dare I say redheads, even? When she got pregnant, her father paid key genes to fake IVF. They claimed her sister was unable to conceive.
To fake IVF, because I remember the IVF
But her
stuff.
sister and Jerry had their own son, Mark.
Tick.
Sonia Alves was soon after. Nia was married at a very young age to a much older husband. She resented him. I don't blame her. They allegedly spent no time together in private. Guy was in Brazil during Christmas 1979. It's the only Christmas not in the records. Flavio was born 9 months later. And like the others, Guy started paying Sonia.
Got it. Damn. So yeah, I mean, if you check the timeline, that helps you figure out if they
Last was Susan
confirmed their
Ford,
kids.
hired to translate for Guy's overseas trips. It's easy to read into Guy's donation to her school, but there's no definitive proof there. She and Guy were witnessed together near the end of his life. Susan's husband was convinced he couldn't be the father of her daughters. Guy, though, paid double. The price
Oh,
of twins.
20,000 per month. That's so clever. That's so clever. Man.
So, what about 5?
It's really, you know what?
Felix Fellow's mother, Joanna, doesn't have a 5 pieces flavor. On top of that, his story doesn't really add up.
Oh, really? I thought, well, okay, I was pretty convinced that his was right. I'm fine with not getting a lot of this stuff right because it doesn't matter to me. I just wanted to like take in a lot of the information and then see what the answers were. I didn't need to like get it right. I didn't need to like do this properly enough to get it all. I just want to experience this story.
His mother already left the company by the time Guy became president, and his lyrics indicate he was born sometime around 1975. Alone, that wouldn't necessarily prove it. But there are some suspicious connections between Felix and the company's current lawyer, Ruby Spratt. They both grew up in Portland, in foster care. And according to the local paper, they definitely knew one another. Ruby was the one who approached the Roottrees to begin with. It was all a setup. Ruby and Felix saw my book's challenge to the Clancet Trust as an opportunity. His mother really had worked for Roottree.
Right.
And Ruby was a respected lawyer. She exploited my family's greed, worked her way into control of the trust, and ensured Felix got a
Right,
piece.
that's how it
But
came
they
back as
made
positive.
some
That's why
mistakes along the
that's
way.
why I was convinced that he was the person, because it was all a
If you
setup.
look at the 2 DNA tests that Ruby handled, they were both supposedly tested against Bonnie Hudson. But the 2 signatures that should both represent Bonnie don't match. After Clark and I confronted her, Ruby lawyered up. Ironic, I know. We suspect Ruby had Donatico test Felix against his own mother's DNA. He
Right.
had a hairbrush of hers. They sent the female sample in remotely.
Wow, that's a really small detail, this one here.
On the second test, Bonnie's sample was tested locally, but Courtney May's was not. Ruby's been throwing away samples. We think she sent her own hair instead of Courtney May's, but it could have been anyone's. Ruby and Felix were in cahoots. As for why, they were both advocates of wealth redistribution. A noble effort.
Right.
But once they controlled the family fortune, they became just as greedy as the worst members of my family. The money corrupted them.
So they wanted to do it for a
They were
noble
so
cause
eager
originally,
to
but
personally wield the wealth for their own cause that they sabotaged any other claims.
damn, man. Crazy.
That finally brings us to Anonymom, aka Beatrice Watts. Her tales of guys, parties, and payoffs were true. She even approached Ruby before 5Ps was on news time. Ruby used Beatrice's truths to make Felix's lies feel real. Then ruined the DNA test so that Beatrice looked phony in the
Right,
public
that makes
court
so
of
much
opinion.
sense. So hers was legit.
I feel worst for her in all of this.
Right. Damn, man.
While Ruby and Felix stole the show, there were some other potential new family members as well. Miracle Roottrie was less of an open and shut case. That said, it's very likely he had a son with Mary Beth Clementine, not Stuart. Mary Beth adopted him before she ever set foot in Butler County. That leaves Mark. The timeline fits. He showed up about 9 months after Mary Beth visited Miracle. And the basket baby story is a bit...
So the basket baby was
convenient.
propaganda that I fell
If
for.
that's not
That's
enough
crazy.
on its own. He was also bailed out by the sister of Edith Roottree, Miracle Jr.'s wife, after she changed her name to win that silly contest.
I figured out who she was, and I was like, I wonder why they did that. And then I was like, oh, I guess it's just like to give us like an epilogue on what happened to that character. I'm so fucking stupid, man. It was a massive
Our best
clue.
guess is that Mark was told by his mother whose son he was, and used that fact to put some pressure on Miracle Jr. We have no real proof of that, but nothing else really makes sense for why they'd be connected in that way.
Still Clementine and Mark Clementine.
Elias's affair was the most ambiguous. Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias to do things he wouldn't have otherwise done, like pressure to include me in the family. My son even mentioned them arguing about someone named Beth.
Which was
Combined
actually
with
Bess.
Gwyneth's lisp, it's possible the name was actually Bess.
Lisp! I didn't even think about the lisp. Oh, that's so good. That's so good.
Unfortunately, all we know about Bess Williams is that she wrote his book and died not long after, leaving her only son an orphan. The timeline fits with Wildcat, but there's no record if she had any other relationship. Honestly, I wouldn't say we had enough evidence either way. I wouldn't be surprised if Elias cheated. Of course, I'm a bit biased. Regardless, we haven't gotten in touch with any of the Williams clan yet. That means we haven't been able to do a DNA test. As Clark mentioned, from here on out, all of our DNA tests will be in person for both parties.
Damn, man. So that's a question mark, yeah. Damn.
Lastly, we have a bit of a curveball. Ron Roottree isn't related to us by blood. Gwyn was definitely pregnant, so it's likely Robbie is. When Ron and Robbie went to visit their mother at the end of her life, something changed. Additionally, there have been a few rumors circling around Ron. RR Productions canceled the Guys Like Us remake due to the director's illness. At the same time, Ron's wife Penelope began doing benefits for Huntington's disease, stating that she had become familiar with it. Huntington's is the same disease that Gwyn's former co-star Leslie Florence had. It's passed from parent to child. It can't skip a generation. Because Gwyn and Wild Bill didn't have Huntington's, and Ron seems to, it's impossible Gwyn was his mother. I recently confirmed all this with Ron.
Jeez. Yeah, I didn't get any of that stuff.
Gwyn told Ron the story. Leslie and Bill had an affair the same year Leslie learned she had Huntington's. Leslie got pregnant. Leslie wasn't likely to survive to see her child grow up. And even if she did, she didn't want to be a burden. She begged Gwyn and Wild Bill to adopt her child. Gwyn did. Mere weeks after she found out she was having her own son, she also took in Ron. Wild Bill was a problem. Unreliable and a serial adulterer. Gwyn divorced him and never saw him again. Gwyn had already told Starlet she was pregnant, so it never really made waves when people saw her with a child in Paris. There was gossip during her divorce when she was discovered to be pregnant again. In actuality, it was the final months of her only pregnancy. To lay low, she stayed in Paris long enough that even her own family never had reason to question the timeline. It's one heck of a story, and frankly, nobody could be expected to piece the timeline together, not with what few mentions of Gwyn's past have survived. But the Huntingtons itself? That's proof.
Jesus, man. Yeah, I didn't get any of those clues at all.
Ron suing Robbie
But, you know, I
to
gave up
remove him
towards
from
the
the
end,
Clancy
so.
Trust was a huge moment in my story, and a major catalyst for this entire investigation. Finding out that it's been pretty much backwards this whole time has been a bit surreal. So that's where we're at. Looking over the information you sent us was useful. The full tree helped our lawyers significantly, even if you didn't hone in on the Watts family.
I didn't hone in on
All this
any of that shit,
information,
dude.
This entire story. It's a lot. In more ways than one. Some of it has the potential to destroy marriages and ruin relationships. We're handling it all very, very carefully. But we couldn't have gotten here without you.
Yeah, I did a bit.
And with that, I guess our tale has finally, truly come to an end. What a strange one it was. No words can express how grateful I am to you for untangling this mess. Honestly,
You guys did
I've
a
had
lot of the
enough
work
of my
again.
family's eccentricities and scandals for one lifetime. I imagine you have as well. And if not, well, there's always Elias's and Gwyneth's brothers and sisters.
Attention.
Okay.
Attention, Roottrees.
Very nice. Great stuff, guys. Well, that was really, really complicated. The, oh, that's right. I remember this song. Yeah, this, Roottreemania was way more complicated. I got very, very stuck in Roottreemania. That was a huge, huge step up. But, I mean, for those people who super like detective stuff and, like, really diving into it, that would be great for them. I think also the thing with me is I wanted to make sure that, like, I finished the game. And so because of that, I was okay with going like, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to get this. Let's move past it. Because otherwise, I think what I would have done is, like, stopped playing and then come back, like, in a week's time and tried a bit more, and then stopped playing and then come back in a week and a half's time and tried a bit more. And I might have got bored with it and just not wanted to come back again. And then I would never have finished the game and I wouldn't know the story. So sometimes I just take the L. I'm just like, I can't figure this out right now. With enough time, maybe I could have, but I'm just gonna let myself take the L on it. But I really enjoyed it. I think, I mean, yeah, the original game, the Roottrees Are Dead game is, like, really, really good. Roottreemania is really, really clever. but it's really difficult. It's like exceptionally difficult. So like I struggled a lot with that, and I enjoyed that less, even though there are some things about it that I think are really cool. But yeah, I enjoyed that less. But the original game was so solid. But the whole game's gameplay loop and stuff is really fun. Anyway, that's the Roottrees are dead, Roottreemania. Thanks for joining me. See you next time. Bye.